and we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Yeah, you know the deal. We back again. Yo. A round of applause for Jersey's finest. A lot of content creators not worthy, but they minus. They get offended and start singing like the whiners. Talking like they tough, but it's only screaming and whining. My homie JusDueBoxing is the cat you don't come to. Your squad get run through. By the time you come to, you duck food. You suckers talk tough on the internet, revealing all your threats. Now we got you trapped in the net. JusDueBoxing be on this grind, y'all better hustle up. You deadlifted 90 pounds, we doing muscle ups. There's really no comparison. His voice sound like a derringer. Throwing a towel, it's just embarrassing. My dog Just very philosophical and psychological, and he mixed it all with good boxing news. These YouTubers feel like Bishop, I guess they got the juice, but it's lonely at the top to Just to feel like child abuse. Be respectful, he don't want to talk wild and loose. If you can't relate, you get dismissed like a mild dispute. These weird cats will tell lies, then they hide the truth. Why beyond views, you lose your life when you collide with dude. It's JusDueBoxing. All you cowards quit jocking. Kirk is official with no other options. Yeah, yo. You know the deal. Judah Ben, we in the spot. JusDueBoxing, yeah. And of course, shout out to Mrs. Do, holding the whole family down. Word 'em up, word 'em up.
What's good? What's good? What's going on? What's good with the fam? How y'all feeling on this good Tuesday? What the hell? We back to talk some more boxing, man. How y'all feeling? Salute to the fam. Got some interesting stuff to talk about today. Let me say what's good with the fam, man. Teach, what's good with it? Teach, how you feeling, bro? Zoom verse, peace and blessings to my bro. What's good with it? Mike Kirkland, what's good, Mike? Good to see you in the building. Miss Joette, salute to the queen. How you feeling? And McQueen, what it do, homie? Mike, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? All things, salute. How y'all feeling on this good Tuesday, man? Salute to everybody in the building. Y'all smash the like button on the way in for your boy. We got some interesting things to talk about. I know y'all see some of the same shit I see. Y'all know how it go. I don't know. Where should I start with this, man? Hold on. Get this out of here. Kello, what's good with it, bro? He say at work, listen, and don't work too hard over there, bro. Appreciate you pulling up as always. What is that doing? Let me get that out of there. That was in the way. Pardon me, y'all. So salute to the fan, man. Let's get into this, man. Y'all smash the like button. So, man, you know, your boy always doing some reading, man. I seen Stephen Espinoza speaking on, you know, Canelo and Crawford possibility, and I know it's some mixed opinions on it, because you heard Canelo say right out his own mouth that he don't think the fight makes sense. But at the same time, he did say that. He also said Crawford is not in his plans, but if it makes sense, he'll do it. Now, I for one, I just don't see that fight happening. I think that's entirely too much weight. D1 was good, my bro. I think that's entirely too much weight to try to put on to fight somebody like Canelo, especially in your first fight. I know it might sound good when they present it to us. When you hear a guy like Crawford say, oh, yeah, I'll go up to 68 and I'll fight him, or I want the winner out of Canelo and Crawford. If that's the case, then he should be letting people know that his plans is to fight Canelo Alvarez. And I truly don't believe that that's the plan. Again, it's not a matter of him being scared. I just think that's a very risky move for, you know, this guy never even fought higher than 147. So the whole notion that he'll just skip, he'll bypass 54, he'll bypass 60 and go to 68. We just seen Charlo, who never fought higher than 54, skip 60 and go to 68. So you're telling me Terrence Crawford is going to skip 54, 60, and then go to 68 and fight Canelo? Why would he do that? First of all, why would he do that? Now, I get it, making your money, get your bag, but it's you want to make smart business moves. He 36. Remember, he ain't 26. You get what I'm saying? This is a 36-year-old guy. I think that's a huge jump for him. Jose Diaz, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? Hey man, Bam 18. I like your thinking, bro. You right on. We right on the same page, bro. Right on the same page. We're gonna get to all this. We're gonna talk about all this, man. All of it. Yeah, right. And you know what I'm saying? More daring to be great. I don't even after seeing Charlo use that quote and seeing how he applied himself come fight night. I don't even like the quote no more, daring to be great, because it seems like you're just preparing yourself to lose. It's like telling me, you taking an uphill battle, you fighting an uphill battle, and you more than likely gonna lose, but you still gonna try. That's what that sound like to me. And what no disrespect to him, what did Charlo get in there and do? What did he get in there and do? So again, if that is daring to be great by a fighter that I looked at to be elite, and you show me that, I don't even like the term no more, bro. Like, if that's what daring to be great look like, I never want to see it again in boxing. Do you hear me? I'm gonna say it again. If daring to be great is what Charlo showed us Saturday night, I don't never want to see a fighter with that mentality daring to be great, because that's not simply gonna get a fight. That's not gonna win you a fight. Not that mentality, bro. You got to come to win the fight. Just like Derek James said, ain't nobody, you get what I'm saying? Nobody daring, ain't nobody coming to lose, man. We coming to win. We coming to win a fight. You know what I'm saying? When JERMELL had lost to Harrison, you see how much it affected him. He was smiling like he won at the Canelo. Man, you get what I'm saying, bro? You get what I'm saying? Hey, the loss to Tony Harrison and the draw. He was affected by both of them, man. But he lose to Canelo and he happy. He lose to Canelo and he happy. You don't get participation trophies in boxing, bro. All you did was participate in a one-sided sparring match. A one-sided sparring match. Nah, bro. I don't never want to see nobody dare to be great. If daring to be great is what Charlo did based on his own admission, that's what he was going to do, I don't want to see that in boxing. Nah, hell no. I want to see people come to win fights. Not dare to be great. Come to win a fight. That's what I want to see. Still, Floyd and Devin going head to head on pay-per-view sales. Ain't going to work good for Devin. Hey, we're going to talk about that too, because you see the rest of the title. When all else fails, blame Floyd Mayweather. I ain't going with it. I'm not buying that. I hear people pushing it. I'm going to just tell you why I'm personally not buying that. Like, it's a lot of unknowns. Like, it's a lot of assuming that people are doing with this situation. And we're going to talk about that too, man. Buddy, man, Bud is a GOAT. It's a difference. Hey, man. Midnight, salute to you, bro. Bud is a GOAT. I'll give him that. And I don't have no problem saying it. Sheena, salute to the queen. How you feeling today? Ricky Williams, my bro. How you feeling, Rick? Appreciate you. You get what I'm saying? So that daring to be great ain't looking too good right now. I tell you that. Canelo dared to be great. Pieced up by Beaver. You get what I'm saying? Canelo, according to them, that was him daring to be great. And what did he do? He went in there and participated in a one-sided beatdown. Fast forward, JERMELL Charlo used the term, the quote, daring to be great. He went in there and participated in a one-sided ass whooping. Much respect to him, but that's what he did. Jose said that was dared to get a paycheck. Facts. That's what that was. You dared to get paid and you did, bro. You dared to be paid and you did. His levels, Bud and Melon on the same level. Bud will beat Canelo. Listen, let me try to level with you real quick, Midnight. Let me try to level with you. Skillfully, from a talent standpoint and skill standpoint, can Crawford compete with Canelo? Absolutely. Let me go as far as to say this, right? If Terrence Crawford was a true super middleweight with the skill set that he got, I got him beating Canelo Alvarez straight up. But that's if he was a super middleweight. Now, I know we want to look at it, and you look at what Bud just did to EJ, and you like, yeah, he like that, man. He a GOAT. He just showed it. Look what he did. You get what I'm saying? He 40-0. I get it. He knocked out everybody. He fought at welterweight. Errol Spence too. I get it. But the same way you saying it's levels, and I agree, right? It's levels, but there are also weight classes, and they are in place for a reason. And nobody, and when I say nobody, there is not a boxing analyst, there is not a boxer, a current one, a retired one. There's not a single solitary soul in boxing that's going to convince JusDue that Terrence Bud Crawford is going to bypass 54, bypass 60, go to 68 and fight a Canelo Alvarez. I don't see it happening. And even if, let's say I just don't see it. Because if he fights Spence again at 47, like that's what it's looking like, you really think he about to skip 2 additional weight classes to go fight a guy that's fought as high as light heavyweight. So this guy has taken punches from light heavyweights. Light heavy, mind you, they hit the scale at a certain weight. They're not 175 when you get in the ring. So just think about the weight that some of these guys, the couple guys that he fought, that he did fight, weighed after fight night at like 175. Like you're not, no, you have weight classes for a reason. And you know what? I can't even go off of what Crawford said out his own mouth. He said it out his own mouth. He said his weight classes for a reason. His initial reaction was probably the one that he's going to go with. His initial response to would he fight Canelo was like, nah, man, it's weight classes for a reason. He said, I don't know if y'all heard it. He said, I ain't one of those people that's too proud to, say that, I don't think I can beat everybody. I'm not one of them saying I can beat everybody in the world. This is out his own mouth. This is what Terrence Crawford said. So now you want me to believe after he openly, shared these thoughts, he's going to now scrap that and say, you know what? I'm about to dare to be great. Well, I'm going to say this right here, right now. If that is his mentality going into the fight, that he's daring to be great, he might suffer an even worse fate than JERMELL CHARLO. That's entirely too much weight. I respect his skill set from a X's and O's standpoint. He'd be in good shape. But the problem is what's going to happen when he get hit, because you haven't seen one solitary fight. Even though he's 40-0, he looked spectacular in his last fight. You never seen a fight outside of that one where he didn't get, touched up or hit. So again, we talking about Canelo Alvarez, a guy that got over 60 fights. One of the more crafty guys we got in the sport, whether you like it or not, right? Even with him being on the decline, he's still a very dangerous guy. If he lands that shot on you, it's curtains. And I'm even willing to believe he can get in there with Canelo, right? Marquez, salute, family. How you feeling? Canelo Alvarez. He said, oh, man, you tripping, bro. Rick Thames, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Facts, Marquez, too many assumptions. Edgar Chavez, what it do, homie? Jersey is in the building. Rick said, dare to get a bag. Floyd fighting on the same day as Devin. Damn, we going to get into that. We're going to get into that. More Haney hate? No. See, Joker? See? I told myself I was going to let you Haney weirdos have it. If you come in here with that energy, I'm blocking you. Or better yet, you're going to get cooked, then blocked. JusDueBoxing don't hate on fighters. You get me? People are manufacturing hate that doesn't exist for a fighter that more people than you think actually represents and rocks with. I'm getting sick of people with this Haney hate. That shit is imaginary. It's made up. Nobody is hating on him. Now I would agree that every fighter has haters, right? But the Haney fans that I see calling people haters are people that support him. I want to say this to you directly, Joker. Where was you at when Devin Haney fought his last fight? Where was you at when he fought Loma? Because I was here. I talked about the fight for a whole week. I called the fight, and then I talked about it on Sunday. Where was you at for that? Like, do that sound like somebody that would hate on Devin Haney? Where was you at when I did consecutive lives shooting down false narratives that this dude is chinny and he can't punch? Where was you at for that? Do that sound like something that a hater of Devin Haney would spend their time doing? So again, when you come up in here with the right energy, man. I don't hate. I don't do this to hate. I give credit where it's due. Listen to the name of the channel you at. It's Just Do Boxing, not Hate Do Boxing. You get what I'm saying? Tune in and listen up, bro. Don't be so quick to run your mouth. There ain't no hate over here. Y'all manufacturing that shit, and it's weird. You get what I'm saying? The guy got more supporters than y'all realize, but instead of respecting people for their different views on the kid, you rather call everybody with a different opinion than yours a hater of Devin Haney. In fact, that makes you a weirdo. We support the kid. We want to see him win the same way the super fans do, but we just don't share all the same opinions and thoughts of him. So that don't make us no haters. That make us real. You get what I'm saying? I don't go along to get along. I know what I'm saying, and I'm calling BS on all this imaginary hate of Devin Haney. I'm tired of seeing that. Nobody is hating. Not the people in here. None of us in here hate on this dude. X, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Crush, what's good with it, my bro? That man was supposed to be the face of boxing. Devin Haney's in a very good spot to be great, man. And that's what I'm gonna always say, bro. You know what I mean? Marquay, fool. I see you, bro. Gertz, what it do, homie? I just want to make sure people know. Don't nobody do no hating. Not over on this channel, bro. We show love over here. But I'm gonna shoot down some of these false narratives, bro, because I ain't rocking with it. Everybody that has a difference of opinion on any fighter is not considered the hater. You get what I'm saying? I got Loma winning the fight every time I watch it. You better chill, D1. You sounding like a hater, bro. Sound like a hater. Sound like a hater. But we gonna get to it, man. We gonna get to that though. But back to this Crawford Canelo situation, man. Like I said, man, just to put a cap on this, respect to Terrence Crawford. He's a dog, man. He is a GOAT. But I think that's asking a lot for a 36-year-old fighter to jump, bypass 2 weight classes, jump to a third one, jump 3 weight classes up and fight one of the more dangerous guys and punchers in that division. I just don't see that working out well for him. Yeah, he can get in there and assert himself very well against him skillfully. It even might look like the fight that he had with Amir Khan. But we all seen what happened to Amir Khan when he finally got hit. He was piecing Canelo ass up. We all seen that. And I told whoever I talked to about that fight that that's how that would go. I knew it would. I knew Amir Khan had the speed and the skill set to get off on Canelo all the way up until he got hit. And it was cool. All the way up until Canelo patiently closed the gap, lowered the boom, put his lights out. That is the same fate that Crawford is susceptible to suffering if he jumped them 3 weight classes, in my opinion. In my opinion. I'm not passing that as a fact. If he show me otherwise, he gonna get his nothing but his just due. But I just don't see him jumping 3 weight classes and fighting a guy that can turn your lights out like that. He hasn't taken punches from guys that big. That's why there's weight classes for a reason. You just seen CHARLO and how he responded when he got hit. Now, despite what you want to think of CHARLO skillfully from a talent standpoint, you can't realistically tell me that you think Bud Crawford has a better chin than CHARLO. Remember, that's Iron Man. That dude got a solid chin, man. All he did was walk through the guys that he fought at 54. Them dudes wasn't too much hurting him. Castaño got some good stuff off on him, but for the most part, CHARLO can handle those dudes punching power at 54. But he showed you 68 is a much different. It's different, man. He punching totally different up there. So again, nobody's even at this point. I'm not even, after I seen what I just seen with CHARLO, I'm not even asking Terrence Crawford to go up here and fight no Canelo Alvarez, bro. Like, man, hell nah. Like, I don't think you need to do that. I don't think you need to do that. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them try to juice you into doing it too. Because realistically, there's a small percentage of people that obviously think Terrence Crawford can go up and beat Canelo Alvarez. And like I said, skillfully, y'all, yeah, he can compete with him. Hardcore Boxing News, what's good with it, Jay? How you feeling, bro? He can compete with him. You get what I'm saying? He can compete with him. But again, You're not going to be able to tell me that he's going to be able to deal with the punches and the punching power. Like, I think that's going to be too much. And then when you look at it, he's smaller than Charlo is. So he's closer to the same size of a Canelo Alvarez. He'll have some reach advantage or something like that, but I just don't think that'll serve him well. I just don't think you make it out a whole fight with Canelo Alvarez at 168. And let's keep this in mind. He's not going to acclimate to 68. He's going to skip 2 weight classes, go to 68 in the very first fight that guy. Yeah, okay. Believe that. If you believe that, if you are a person that believes that Terrence Crawford is going to skip 2 weight classes, go to the 3rd one without acclimating, and then fight a Canelo Alvarez in his first fight, if you believe that, I just want you to know something. I got a unicorn tied up to the porch right now on a leash. You know what I'm saying? That you could come ride for free anytime you want. If you believe that, I got a unicorn outside. I'm telling you, right on my porch, bro. That's just not happening. It sound good. Yeah, it'll be courageous as hell, but I think that his undoing will be him getting knocked out. And not because he's any less of a fighter, because the size differential is just too much, in my opinion, for him to overcome. It's too much to overcome. I just don't see that. I don't see him going in there and just finding out a way to swim the entire time without getting wet. At some point, you're going to get hit because it is a boxing match. And we talking about Canelo Alvarez outside of outside of Floyd and maybe Dimitri Bivol, and he still got some shots in on Dimitri Bivol. Nobody is making it. Even Floyd got hit, but he just was too damn good. You get what I'm saying? Nobody has ever gotten to the ring with Canelo Alvarez and he wasn't able to hit him, is what I'm saying. Outside of Floyd, that's the most obvious. But outside of that, and maybe a Lara, and he still hit those guys, is what I'm saying. So you're not going to convince me that he's not going to be the hit of Terrence Crawford, bro. That is crazy. Big Keith, what it do, homie? How you feeling? You get it. I salute to Big Keith. Appreciate you, family. You get it. I just don't like when people do that. Stop. Let's start being adults, man. Let's get back to having real boxing conversations and stop talking about hating and who hating. Understand who's supporting. I support boxing because that's what I do, man. I don't hate none of these dudes. Tommy said, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Hen dog, what it do? That speaks value on Bud character. If he beat him, man, he an undeniable GOAT. That's wild. He get in there and beat Canelo. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing else you can say about him. And I'll go as far as saying this. Before Charlo fought Canelo, I felt like if Charlo and Crawford fought, I felt like Charlo would win. But even though I know he jumped 2 weight classes to fight Canelo, I now feel like if Charlo fights Crawford at 54, I think Crawford definitely beats him. Definitely. So I'm giving Bud all the credit I could give him. I'm even telling y'all skillfully, yes, he can compete with Canelo. You know what I'm saying? And he can probably outbox him all the way up until he get hit. And he will get hit. You get what I'm saying? He will get hit. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's not great, but the only people that truly want to see him do something crazy like that is people that want to see him lose. I don't want to see him lose like that. And I think that would be a loss, but that's just my opinion. If you think Bud jumping 3 weight classes fighting Canelo, have at it. It's good luck. And while you busy believing that, like I said, man, come ride this unicorn that I got tied up to the porch outside for free. You know what I'm saying? You go anywhere you want to go for free on the unicorn, bro. B-Dog, what it do, homie? BVO Boxing, what's good with it, fam? If Bud won it, I ain't mad at him now. I ain't mad either, Rick Timms. I ain't mad if he had won it. But you know what I hear? I hear one end, he was saying, nah, he won't do it. Then another end, he was like, yeah, I'll do it. Then you hear Canelo like, nah, don't make sense. I won't get no credit for it. Then you hear him say like, well, it's not in my plans, but if it makes sense, I'll do it. When I hear that, you know how I do math? I look at both guys and their statements, their contrasting statements, and I see inconsistency on both sides. So what does that tell me? Those guys are uncertain about fighting each other. Canelo really ain't worried about him, and Crawford, I doubt if that's something he really want to do. I think he just threw that out there. B-Dog, salute, family. How you feeling? But if he do it, look, I ain't knocking him. He'd be a different type of guy if he go up in there and beat a Canelo Alvarez, dude. I'm telling you, undeniable GOAT. He already a pound for pound dude right now, man. He beat a Canelo Alvarez, man. Kudos to you, bro. I won't knock him. Thomas, what it do, homie? How you feeling? But it would be really tough night for Bud. Yeah, if he wants that smoke, let him have it. Yeah, if that's something he want. Now look, you know, I know y'all heard this different statements that both guys made. Now Stephen Espinoza said that this fight between those guys is doable, and it's doable because it's a good financial opportunity for both. So maybe, you know, money talks, BS walks. So maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe if they throw some numbers at them dudes, they'll, you know what I'm saying? They'll make some shake, but who knows? We'll see. But me personally, I don't see it because that's a lot. That's asking Crawford to do a lot. And he shouldn't have to do that much to prove to people that he like that. That's crazy to me. If that man got to jump all the way up to 68 and fight Canelo and beat him to prove that he nice, that's crazy. Like, y'all clearly missed a hell of a fighter if y'all don't know he already like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, Crawford dare to be great, don't stun a shot. Got that dog. So Thomas like, well, if he wanted, throw him in there. Nah, I feel you, Thomas. And Nell Hart is still in boxing, I believe, in his legacy. Nope. Hey, X, based on what he said, bro. He said it ain't about legacy no more. It's about the bag. Mel Charlo said that. He said it's no longer about legacy. It's about the bag. Mind you, he says this garbage, this nonsense, after you sold this fight on it being undisputed and you daring to be great and it's a legacy and you doing this for the Charlo, for Lions only, and this is for the culture they be hating on. Remember, he sold us that. He sold us that and then turned around, participated in a one-sided sparring match, got beat up, got a big check, let Canelo tap him on his ass, send him on his way, and he was happy to lose and even happier that he didn't get knocked out, or happy he didn't get knocked out and even happier he made a bag. You get what I'm saying? And then switched up on the people. That's how you lose fans, JERMELL Charlo. That's how you lose fans. You sold us legacy for how long? And how you going to switch up and say now it's not that? You want the biggest fights. It's about the money. I don't think it's hard in it no more. And I think that big paycheck is going to reveal a lot of things. We're going to see. Time and tell. His actions going to show if he's still hungry after making that payday. We're going to see. Because after having some conversations, I just don't think that's the case. And he showed us something. Really fans of Bud, they wouldn't want him to take that fight. I feel you, B-Dog. It wouldn't be. It's not necessary. You get what I'm saying? It's not necessary for him to take that. Floyd didn't get hit flush. Nah, he wasn't getting, you know, he got some shots, right? He got some shots in, but, you know, Floyd is Floyd, bro. So you're right, Kello. Floyd is Floyd. Mel's harder than the money. All true, bro. It's fan-friendly fight, so I don't mind it. The issue is putting unnecessary roadblocks, gets Canelo further away from the real fights he's supposed to have at 68. Teach. Talk to him, bro. So y'all telling me y'all want Bud Crawford to jump up to 68 and fight Canelo before you see a Benavidez or a Morrell or even a Christian and Billy, any of those guys up there that's a real super middleweight? You're telling me you rather see that versus him actually have to fight guys that participate in his weight class? He's a super middleweight undisputed champion. That's his responsibility is to fight other guys that are willing, able, capable, and deserving of the opportunity at them belts in his weight class. All we do is continue to help him make money at this point by not holding him accountable. No, I think what Terrence Crawford need to do is clear that Errol Spence stuff out the way. Go on to 54, be great, and do what you do. I think you just need to forget the whole Canelo Alvarez thing. I think that's a stretch. I think people pushing that want to see you get smoked, bro. And I think you got some fans that truly think you could win, and that's cool. I respect it. But that's asking for too much, bro. That's asking for too much. They have weight classes for a reason. You're not skipping all them weight classes like that and fighting a dude that dangerous that arguably still got clenbuterol in the system. I don't care who get mad. The dude arguably still can be on clenbuterol, and I'm pissed off about it. Why? Because I just seen about 3 or 4 fights in a row where this dude clearly was getting tired and not looking like the same guy. But all of a sudden, when you blow a junior middleweight up to a super middleweight, you get what I'm saying? All of a sudden, on the night for 36 minutes, you don't have to take breaks and you don't have to sit down in between rounds. All of a sudden, you fighting more consistently and you revisited the fountain of youth. People talking about the king is back and all this garbage. Whole time, this dude, when he popped dirty for clenbuterol, they increased the amount that you're able to have in your system. So don't give me that BS that is no way in the world that this dude could still be on something. I'm tired of this, man. Ain't no way, bro. You don't just, ain't no revisiting no fountain of youth. We've seen him consistently fight after fight not look like that guy. The Golovkin trilogy was trash. It was trash, man. We didn't need that. We didn't need that fight. He gave us a John Ryder fight. More recently, he didn't look like the guy. Beagle beat his ass. You tell me the last time you seen a guy who was getting tired in the 7th round, bro, of fights. Now all of a sudden he can fight the whole way through, and everybody about to fool themselves and think it's because this guy just transformed into a new fighter. What are we talking about? This boxing, bro. You don't get younger, you get older. I don't give a damn what kind of training you do. The harder you go in camp, all that mean to me is it's more wear and tear. You don't get to revisit no fountain of youth because you work hard in camp. Man, that stuff is crazy, man. Like, no, this dude right here, this guy that got an opportunity to steal money Saturday night should be held accountable, bro. And I mean that respectfully. He's a super middleweight. No more blowing up these fighters and beating their asses. It's clear that you got that on lock. It's clear that if you drag a guy up from a weight class or 2 below, you're going to win. It's clear. You shown me that already. You shown me that. The last few of your opponents have been that way. So again, when are we going to hold this dude accountable, man? I'm not soft on this dude, and I respect what he do, but you got to fight you a super middleweight. And at this point, you've been dragging guys up for so long. I don't even care who you fight at super middleweight. It just need to be a legit super middleweight. And if that's asking for too much, then boxing is soft, bro. And y'all can keep giving this dude job money. But I'm telling you now, if Saul Canelo Alvarez drag up another fighter from a smaller weight class and fight him at 68 for some titles and call that a legit title defense, I'm not watching it and I'm not paying for it. I'm not. I refuse, bro. That's bogus. You don't get to steal money, bro. That's stealing. Just put something in perspective, bro. I understand that you can say JERMELL Charlo dared to be great. He went up there for the smoke. He signed the dotted line. I get that, bro. But when are we going to hold this man foot to the flame? He's allowed to steal money. They took a fighter that we looked at. Look at the credibility of JERMELL Charlo before he got in there as a fighter, before he got in there Saturday night. We looked at him as the dog, a lion, a real fighter, an elite talent in boxing, undisputed respectfully in his weight class, and he earned it. Look what they did to his reputation and credibility all in one night. And he did it to himself. Don't get me wrong. But what I say, the business of boxing for even making this a fight. How in the hell did he get a fight at 168 with Canelo Alvarez before David Benavidez? I'm not trying to hear it. It's not one excuse that somebody could come up with that's going to make me believe it. It's not. That's bogus, bro. This dude really stealing money. And then it got people talking about he revisited the fountain of youth and he different and he's brand new and yeah, he never looked like this and the king is back. All right, whatever, man, whatever. The same guy y'all calling the king was the guy that got a slap on the wrist for testing positive for clenbuterol, and then they increased the limit. So at this point, you don't know what type of time he on. And I don't care, man. I don't care, man. Once a cheater, always one. I don't care what nobody talking about. Revisit the fountain of youth. That's that same garbage they told me with Manny Pacquiao when he beat Keith Thurman. But when I seen him fight Yordenis Ugas, the man looked like he should have been out of boxing. But all of a sudden, he fight Keith Thurman and he revisit the fountain of youth and he looking like the guy of yesteryear. Man, I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that. I'm not trying to, I know this whole notion that you can really get up for a fight because of the challenge that's in front of you, but I'm not buying it no more. If you show me in several fights consistently a guy that's getting tired, not looking his best, not looking as explosive, you get what I'm saying? You just not the same guy. Obvious signs of slippage for multiple fights in a row. All of a sudden, you just revamp yourself and you brand new now. The same guy that I've been hearing for years had issues with his knees, so much so that the dude was wearing knee braces. Come on, man. And then all of a sudden he brand new again? Nah, bro. I have an issue with that. I have an issue. There's no way, bro. If Bud proves it's wrong. Hey, Thomas, undeniable GOAT, bro. Undeniable, bro. And he getting all his credit from me. But I'm more on Bud's side that he shouldn't have to go up 3 weight classes and fight a guy like Canelo Alvarez in a weight class that he's never even campaigned anywhere near to prove that he's great. To who? Probably be people that want to see that man lose. Yeah, they're like, yeah, Bud should do it. Yeah, if he's really like that, okay. He beat Charlo. Yeah, fight Canelo. Yeah, they got that energy because they hoping he get knocked out or something. Nah, bro. Bud Crawford is great without a Canelo Alvarez win. I'm here to say that, and I'm not knocking the fight. If he won it, I'm definitely supporting it. If they won it, I'm definitely supporting it. But I'm here to say he should not have to jump no damn 3 weight classes to prove to anybody in boxing at this point at 40-0 that he's great. Like, that's just wild to me. That's wild. You know what I'm saying? But Bud Crawford, damn it, you jump up to 68 and you dethrone Canelo Alvarez. That's wild. You will undeniably be one of the greatest fighters that I've watched, in my opinion. They're one of the greatest, hands down. You'll get your just due all month long. You do something like that. But again, I'm not against it, but I'm not necessarily calling for that. You get what I'm saying? I'm not calling for that. When I hear a guy have, you know, his initial response to that was, nah, I'm not doing it, is weight classes for a reason. You got to keep in mind that he still put that out there. Then after that, he said, you know, I'll go up there. Yeah, I'll do it. I want the winner. You know what I mean? I think he just playing the game, you know. I ain't saying I don't think he would do it, but I think when it's all said and done, when he sit down with his people, that's not something that they have to do to prove that they great. I think it would be better for him to fight Tim Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? Take a Tim Tszyu fight in Australia or something. You said you want bag fights, right? That sound like a good fight. You get what I'm saying? Ain't he big over there in Australia? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, Crawford and Monster, but you need to be careful. That's dangerous, bro. Big Mel teed off a few times. Canelo teed off a few times. Yeah, he teed off a few times. Canelo wasn't even the least bit bothered, bro. Mel lost major points with me. You know what it was, Rick? I even could make peace with the fact that he lost. Like, it's cool. That's not even where my criticism for him lies. It's like that he lost. It's the actions that led up to why he lost. His effort and his energy. Like, it just turned me off. And then he sold the fight as, you know, I'm coming to be great. I'm daring to be great. However you want to phrase it. I'm coming in here to win. I'm a lion. You know, this is for lions only. You know, this is about legacy. This is, you know, this is for the culture that been hated on. He know how he got us listening, and he hit us with the culture line. I said, he went that route with it. Oh, he's for the culture, right? That's, you went in there and laid down, and you telling me that's for the culture? You said you was going in there to dare to be great, and that's your version of daring to be great? I think not, bro. I think you could have did a lot better than that, and that's why people feel like you cashed out. So again, respect to that man, but I feel like it was some cashing out going on. He sounded too peaceful, too happy that he lost. He wasn't, and somebody, pardon me, I can't remember which one in the family brought that up. After he lost to Tony Harrison, he cried, man. This the same dude that cried when he first lost. This the same dude. He cried. When he drew with Castaño, he was pissed off. He wasn't cool with that. He wasn't cool with that. So again, pardon me if I'm starting to feel like this guy's, you know, is a little more comfortable than what he once was a couple fights ago. The hunger just didn't look like it was there on the night. And to make matters worse, not only did he change the narrative on us after the fight, after you got paid, your check probably ain't even cash in, hit the bank yet, and you get what I'm saying? Probably ain't even hit the account, and you already talking about how you don't care about legacy no more, and it's about money. Well, newsflash, Charlo, for you to get paid, people got to pay. And then people feel like you just laid down in the biggest fight of your life when you told us it was about the culture and it was about daring to be great, and you a lion. They're not going to want to pay for you again. I'm hearing a lot of people say, man, good luck paying for another one of his fights. That's crazy, bro. Got to be careful, man. It's almost like you play the people when you go back on the energy. You, in fact, did not keep the same energy. The only place you kept the same energy is the build up and all the way to the fight. And what I mean by that, you didn't utter a single competitive word towards that dude that would make me think you had the biggest fight of your life. And when you got in the ring, your respect for him intensified once he started landing shots, and that's how it stayed. Judah Ben, my bro, what it do, homie? K Causey, what's good, bro? If you gonna get knocked out, yo. And Kello, I love that, JERMELL, man. Oh, then what it do, homie? How you feeling? Nello got a beard for bread for sure, or beard for sure, because he ain't getting hurt, man. He sold this fight, and honestly, he sold the fans out as well at the same time. I mean, he really looked afraid of Canelo, didn't even try to hit Nello. When he did throw a body shot, shaking my head, Charlo messed up, right? He played us a little bit with that. Canelo brings me Benavidez, Morrell, Andre, and Billy can kick rocks. Hey, man, I don't know, Bam. I don't know about that one, bro. Because the hell with them sanctioning fees. What we care about sanctioning fees, it don't affect us in no way, shape, or form. Let them fighters sort that out, right? That's their fight. Our fight, man, me and you, we the consumer, bro. We the supporters. So we the hell with the kicking of the rocks. You know why I say that? Nah, no kick rocks. We need to embrace them as fights because those are true super middleweights, those are the type of fighters that Canelo Alvarez should be getting in the ring with, bro. We shouldn't be paying our money to watch him bring people up from weight classes to beat him up. He destroyed this man's credibility and all in the night for him taking a bag move. So Mel Charlo helped destroy his credibility, but the business of boxing did it as well by giving us a fight that we damn sure didn't need to see under these circumstances. That's bogus, bro. They played us. They played us with this fight, bro. They played us, undisputed versus undisputed. Man, bull. I'm calling BS on that, bro. No undisputed versus undisputed. This was an older fighter that y'all wanted to make look good, and y'all found a situation that presented itself to y'all, and y'all made it happen. You knew it. JERMELL wanted to secure that bag, so he took a challenge that he was unprepared for, in my opinion, mentally. And it had none. This loss, I hear people taking shots at Derrick James. Man, I promise you, if it was ever a loss that you can't blame on the coach, this is the one. You cannot blame this loss on Derrick James. Did y'all hear what he was telling him? Said, yo, did you come here to fight or be a punching bag? Like, he really told him. Like, yo, you not winning. Like, you got to fight. Like, come on, man. He said everything you're supposed to say to this dude. And salute to him. I still rock with him, but he played us in this one. In this regard, when it came to this fight, he played us, bro. He played us. He played us with this fight, man. We got to embrace Canelo Alvarez fighting super middleweights, bro. I want everybody to understand something, man. We're not asking for too much. If we're asking a guy that said in his own right he wanted to be a super middleweight champion, right? So the responsibility that comes with that is what? You simply fighting the other guys in your division. I'm not paying to watch you beat people up from smaller weight classes. That's wild, bro. I don't care who calling for the smoke. Because if y'all gonna tell me the reason you fought JERMELL is because he wanted it, how long has Benavidez been wanting it? And I don't care if you feel like you can beat him. Can you please show us that you can beat him? That's it. You can beat him. I won't ask to see it twice. Go in there and beat the young man ass if you could. And stop blowing up these fighters and then beating them and acting like we're supposed to praise you. Because I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna give you credit because it's still a fight. Every fight is a challenge and a risk, right? But I'm gonna still be able to call it what it is. You're taking risks, but not the biggest risk, bro. Not the biggest risk lie right in your division, bro. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not asking for this man to try to dare to be great outside of his division. I'm asking for him to dare to be great inside your own division. I don't want to hear this dare to be great shit unless it's coming from both sides. There was nothing about this fight where Canelo Alvarez could sell that he was daring to be great. Hell no. You're not, bro. You're doing the same stuff you've been doing, dragging smaller fighters up and beating their asses for big paydays. And then you know these dudes halfway ain't even coming to fight because all they thinking about is the check that come with fighting you. Come on, man. They already know they ain't getting no decision on the cards. They know by what they've seen, you less than likely are gonna get knocked out. Come on, man. These dudes ain't even coming to win. These dudes ain't even coming to win. And CHARLO is the most recent victim of a blown up guy that participated in a weight class where he did not belong, bro. He had no business up there. No business up there messing with him. No business in the world up there playing with this dude, man. Instead, you out here talking about you ain't gonna fight Tim Tszyu, who was a Tim Tszyu, and who Tim Tszyu sound like the dude you need to be fighting right now. And you need to lay up off Crawford because after what I just seen, you lay the egg, how you crap peed the bed against Canelo. I don't even want to see you fight Crawford. One of y'all better get Tim Tszyu. You better get him now because bro getting more confident and more dangerous. How don't you want to fight the guy that is the reason that you are no longer undisputed in your weight class? How? You didn't, not that you lost to somebody at 54 is the reason you're not undisputed. Nah, that's not the reason you're not undisputed. You're not undisputed because you went up there and quote unquote out of your mouth, you dared to be great. So daring to be great came with a price. You get what I'm saying? And you were stripped of that title the minute you got announced in that ring. And you know that. They gave Tim Tszyu the title. He out there with your belt and he about to fight for it. How the hell don't you want to fight the guy that got your other strap? I'm confused. And you talking about you want money fights. And word got back, I heard they offered this guy like 10 million to go over there and fight this dude in Australia, and you turned it down? Yeah, man, I just don't know, man. I just don't know no more. I can't say I feel exactly the same way I used to about Charlo after seeing the way he carried himself in his fight and in the post-fight. It wasn't just the fight, it was the post-fight as well. You know what I mean? D1, man, my God, you just don't know, bro. I'm with you. Sparky P, what it do, homie? Crawford doesn't need Canelo to be great is right when he retires against the 54 to fight too. More big names in the red from sport. Yeah, he doesn't have to move up, but he wants to. Okay, bud, I'm right with that. All that I ain't against it, bro. But I'm just saying, like, all right, let's demand, let's hold fighters accountable and demand greatness out of them, right? But I think that's a stretch, him having to right at Kello. You know what I'm saying, man? I'm tired of this, bro. Look. I don't put no smut on nobody, but y'all tell me when I have said something that's not accurate. They slapped this man on. Tested positive for clenbuterol. Golovkin is already getting old. They slap you on the wrist. They give you a 6-month suspension. Keep in mind, Golovkin is getting old. 6 months go by, you take an additional couple months to make the fight. By the time you get back in there, Golovkin is considerably, he's aged a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? And he just, like, I thought that was all strategic. I really do. So it is what it is, man. Like I forgot D1. He training in the mountains now. Barbara D, salute to the queen. How you feeling today? He said with plenty of carney. Oh, man, I'm telling you, bro. It's confused as hell when they announced that fight, man. Charlo Dread, yeah, I'm dared to get paid. Facts, bro. JERMELL got the most criticism I've seen someone daring to be great. But you know what, B-Dog? And I want to level with you because I want to make sure that I'm being somewhat tasteful with my criticism, right? It's not the daring to be great so much that we have a problem with. It's the effort that you provided in a fight that you sold us was you daring to be great, putting on for Lions Only, putting on for the Charlos, raising y'all stock, y'all name as a whole, doing it for the quote-unquote culture. He knew what he was doing, and I feel like it's okay to lose, right? He even could have said some things in that post-fight that would have changed my opinion of things, right? But for him to, he was building this on legacy and being great. You get what I'm saying? Chasing greatness. And then for you to then turn around and say, ain't no more about legacy. Ain't no more about that. It's just about chasing the bag. So chasing the bag. So again, explain to me why you allegedly turned down $10 million to go to Australia and fight Tim Tszyu. Oh, cool. To go get a bigger bag from Canelo. So you telling me with those options being what it is, it's not a possibility that he could have thought about cashing out? That's all I'm saying, bro. What that sound like? If I got a chance, and I'm not, listen, this is just a theory of mine. This is just hypothetical. I'm putting this out there. If I got a chance to defend my titles against a young, hungry guy like Tim Tszyu that's getting more confident, coming off some wins, some, solid wins, strong kid, right? That is a threat. Whether people think he is green or not, he's getting better. Tim Tszyu can box. So don't miss me with that. And JERMELL Charlo make mistakes. So you're not going to tell me he's not going to be able to hit him. So what if I'm JERMELL Charlo and I done broke my hand and I know when I come back, I got to fight this dude at my weight class and I could potentially lose all my belts. I make a nice penny. But then in the midst of my hand being broken, me conveniently re-injuring my hand, now they present, it goes from Jermall Charlo and Canelo to JERMELL Charlo and Canelo. Nobody peeped that. So if I'm weighing my options, where do I go? Do I take the good bag, and I got to fight the guy in my weight class coming off a broken hand that I could arguably lose to if I ain't on top of my game, the broken hand and the layoff? Or do I go take the much bigger bag and take the riskier fight? But it's like a safe risk. I don't want to say safe. It's risky, but at the same time, you feel like you won't get the same criticism because you're fighting in a weight class that you didn't belong in anyway. So you can always hang your hat there. And that's just how I look at that situation. That's how I look at that with the information that I got and the things that I understand and how he played this out. He weighed his options. I'm not knocking him. You went for the bigger bag, but that's also why I feel like it was some cashing out involved. You weighed your options, both sides. Both was financially lucrative situations, but one obviously more than the other, and that's the route you went. But the effort you put out, it spoke volumes to me. And then the things that you said in the post fight, it spoke volumes to me. So it was disappointing. Standing up in the corner like you 26-year-old Boots. Come on, Canelo. Come on, bro. Same dude you were saying tired in the Bivol fight. I just watched it over. The same guy, the same dude. He was tired as hell in that fight. Remember that Bivol fight? You get what I'm saying? When he was languishing against the ropes, waving Bivol to come in, waving him to come in, and Bivol was like, nah, he wasn't falling for it. That's because he was tired, man. We seen consecutive fights where this dude slowed down in the back end of fights. But no, all of a sudden, now because he's fighting JERMELL CHARLO, you know, he's really getting up for this fight. Why you think they start telling us about him training in the mountains? So they can have a built-in excuse for people to believe, he trained a lot harder for this fight. That's why he looked like that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. I'm tired of playing with people, man. You getting older in boxing, not younger, man. You don't just revisit no fountain of youth. I'm not trying to hear that, man. That is imaginary. That's not real, bro. It's not real. Coach CHARLO was doing Damn, that's a fact, bro. I don't know what culture he was doing it from, but it wasn't for ours. And notice, y'all, I did all of this without tearing JERMELL CHARLO down as a fighter. I don't think I did that. You get what I'm saying? I just have an opinion on how he carried this situation. And I feel like for him to kind of get some get back, it's okay. All right, you lost. We're going to put that behind you. I still rock with you, right? But I think you took a business move, a bag move. I'm not knocking you for that. You secured your future, but it's all how you respond after a loss, right? So let's see how you deal with this loss. You go take some time off, you get your mind right, and you figure out what you want to do. I do think going all the way back down to 154 is risky. I think he could suffer a Roy Jones type situation. I don't want to put that on him. But again, I just don't believe in playing with your weight like that. And, you know, I don't think he should have done it either. But again, who am I to tell him not to go get his money? You know what I'm saying? Go get your money. But again, give us an effort that's worth our money, because CHARLO, I just want to remind you, how you get paid is when us, the people, pay for your fight. You get what I'm saying? So again, that's why people have a strong opinion on what they felt like was a lackluster performance and effort on your behalf. You was a dog. His credibility was intact. You know he'll fight anybody. He was with all the smoke. Look how all of that changed. Look how people's opinions of him changed all on one night with a terrible performance. And it wasn't just the performance like, the guy just was so much better than you. Nobody's going to convince me in boxing that Canelo Alvarez is 12 rounds to 0 better than CHARLO. And that's pretty much what you provided us with. You get what I'm saying? That's not the effort you sold us on going into this fight. And that's just being real with you, bro. You know what I mean? Not rock with him. I'm going to keep rocking with him at that Canelo fight, because Canelo won and Canelo loves him kind of mismatch matchups. Rick, tell him, talk to him, Rick. Talk to him, bro. Talk to him. And that's why I say, man, he probably even drawn the line at Bud. Rick, he like, man, that right there, I won't get no credit for that. He like, man, that dude 47, he gonna jump up here and fight me. And there's people that really think that that's not dangerous. Do y'all know how risky that'd be? He's skipping 2 weight classes essentially to go to a 3rd one where he never fought. And he's going to fight a guy that been punched by light heavyweights and not knocked out. Put that in perspective. Canelo Alvarez has been punched in his face by light heavyweights. So you're telling me Bud Crawford, who came from 35, is going to now from 47 jump to 68 and beat that guy ass? You do that. Listen, I'm not knocking the skill, bro. I'm just thinking that's so much weight. I'm thinking I'm being realistic here. Like that's a lot. You must gonna swim without getting wet, bro. You must ain't gonna be able to hit you. And I don't see that being the situation, bro. Canelo's eating those regenerative proteins. Pat Bell, what it do, homie? How you feeling, man? Yeah, y'all smash the like button for you, bro, man. We gonna cook, man. I'm gonna drop the link for anybody that wanna come up and build with your boy DK. Don, what it do, homie? How y'all feeling? How y'all bros feeling? Want any undefeated black fire smoke? I'm telling you. Hey, bro, Rick, man, we gonna cook on this, bro. I understand for the people that have the mindset that, y'all asked him to fight the CHARLOs. Y'all asked him to go to PBC. Y'all asked him. I get that, right? But we was asking him to fight the CHARLO at 54. 54 CHARLO, when he was still there. Fighting at 55 because he was avoiding top competition. That's when we wanted you to fight CHARLO. We didn't want you to fight him under these circumstances. A broken hand, a layoff, and then jump 2 weight classes. Wow, it's no disadvantage. Nothing to see here. Nah, just a simple Just a little simple daring to be great, man. Everybody does it. Come on, man. Miss me with that. That's garbage, man. We deserve better fights. We deserve better fights than that. We deserve better fights than that, bro. Get in the ring with a super middleweight. I have no hate for no boxer in boxing. I just want to see Canelo Alvarez fight people in his weight so I can see just what he got to offer. I want to see. I think him and Benavidez is very interesting to watch. Stylistically, style-wise, I think that'd be a fun fight. I think it'd be a fun fight to watch, man. You get what I'm saying? Salute to the Queen, Barbara D. Hope you're doing well. Rumor is Buzz was doing well sparring bigger men, but there's a difference from sparring. You know it. You facts, Thomas. You know it. And I believe that he was. I believe that dude is an exceptional athlete, Terrence Crawford. And why I say that, because the dude can wrestle, all type of stuff, right? I think he's an exceptional athlete, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I won't doubt that his abilities. It's not that I'm doubting him with Canelo. I just feel like it's way too much weight. A1 Hoops on my brother. He said, lying or lying? He was definitely lying this time. He's lying to us, A1, because he sold us daring to be great, and he lied. You know what I mean? Barbara D, and another thing, right? I will be the first to say, when he was showing this different energy and demeanor in the build-up, I was the first one to say, that's maturity, man. Like, y'all got to embrace maturity when you see it. We asked him to grow up, and here he is doing it. But now having a second look at it and being able to digest everything, I haven't seen a fight where he was that respectful at all. And I believe that respect bled over into the fight. And I believe the respect for Canelo Alvarez intensified once he got hit with the first big shot. And he really he tamed him early. He tamed the lion. He tamed the lying lion. You know what I'm saying? I only say he lying because he flipped us. He flipped me with that legacy. It ain't about legacy no more talk. The boxers are scared of throwing hands. They're not. Word Smith, yeah, right. All facts, Bole. Salute to my guy, Bole. Fate, what it do, my bro? How you feeling? Zordo versus Smith. That's a good fight, man. I don't know, man. I don't know if I believe in Zordo. Rob, what it do, homie? How you feeling? The hate for Derrick James is real. Yeah, and you know what? Let's talk about that real quick, Barbara D. I agree. The outcome of this fight, the last person you could blame is Derrick James. Yeah, there's a certain amount of accountability that comes with it naturally because they're a team, right? But that's where I draw the line. But as far as finger pointing and being like, you the reason, yeah, right. Miss me with that. Did you hear what he was telling Charlo in between rounds? You get what I'm saying? Like, don't tell me he wasn't telling for the second consecutive fight, telling his fighter the right stuff, and he didn't listen. So we 2 fights in a row. I ain't blaming Derrick James. Yeah, there's accountability there because he's a man. He accepts the accountability, right? So I say this all the time, when guys are willing to accept accountability, nobody has to be blamed. And if we know somebody that's going to take accountability for themselves and their situation or shortcomings, it's going to be Derrick James. You get what I'm saying? So, but all the finger pointing, he's still a great trainer. He earned that trainer of the year. He arguably could have got it 2 years in a row, and he's still that guy to me, man. Salute to Derrick James, man. Louisiana Cologne. You stupid, Rick. He say you need to move back to Lafayette. Hey, man. I think he needed that sacrificing that he said he wasn't doing. I think he needed to do that for this fight because he looked way too comfortable with his family. He looked way too comfortable, and he never looked hungry. I never seen a hungry line. All disrespect, all banter, all negative comments aside, honest perspective and assessment. I never seen the hunger. I've never seen the hunger from the 12 rounds that he provided us with. I didn't see him be hungry in either of those rounds. None of them. And that's my biggest issue. I didn't see the hunger and the commitment to be great. I didn't see him make adjustments. I didn't see Charlo in there really trying to figure things out. I seen a guy surviving and counting his money in the back of his head. You get what I'm saying? Counting his pesos. Black belt, what's good with it? Facts. He has to fight super middleweights, bro. You know what I'm saying? Salute to Rob, man. Teach, he's like, you don't want to fight the guy you duck, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. How you going to not want to fight him, bro? How you not going to want to fight him, bro? That's what it said. That's how you get us back. Go spark Tim Tszyu, bro. The dude you was calling Tim Kazoo, calling him all that. Go fight that guy. That guy, Tim Tszyu, that dude looking more dangerous by the fight, bro. So I think somebody need to go fight him. I thought he said he wanted Tim Tszyu and regain undisputed. I heard him say he wasn't fighting him, right? And I know initially, I know before this Canelo fight, he was offered the fight with him. And remember, they had the fight going on, and then the broken hand happened, and the re-injury of the broken hand, and then next day, you know, boom, oh, Charlo and Tim Tszyu scrapped that. Oh, JERMELL Charlo was fighting Canelo Alvarez. Like they slipped the fast one. They musical chaired us. And that's my opinion, but I think they musical chaired us. I do. But right, if he fight Tim Tszyu, I want to see that fight. That's a fight I want to see. I want to see Charlo fight a Tim Tszyu before I would Charlo fight Crawford. I think Crawford beats him. I think Crawford can move right up to 54 and beat him. Yes, I do. And if I'm wrong, so be it. I don't care about being wrong. I think Crawford can go right up to 54 and beat Crawford. But beat Charlo, but I don't think he can jump up to 68, fight Canelo Alvarez in his first fight and dethrone him. I don't see it. Bam, it ain't so much Derrick James, bro, but it's part of the game, right? You go on a win streak and then you might lose a couple, right? But the thing is, you stay in the game, man, and you just keep trying to get better, bro. I wonder Martin, Dirk Shakur, Earl Silent, but yeah, man, look, he asked for more money. You good? I like to hear that. That's what I like to hear, man. Does Mel become 2-time disputed if he wins the belt back from Tim? I would think so. And why I say that, Sheen, I would think so. You know how them rules are tricky. I would think so, right? Because now he, officially he's no longer undisputed, and he was no longer undisputed at 54 the minute his name was announced, according to how they said they was gonna go about it. So even I don't know if you've seen the video, Queen, with Tim Tszyu holding the WBO strap, like, and seeing how the fight played out, and he knew like it was his fight. He was like, I ain't even have to break a sweat. So he's officially now, I think, that champion, and he's gonna fight for that Mendoza for that strap. So if he's to beat Mendoza, I think Charlo should go back down. If that's because he said he's definitely going back to 54, I say that's the fight for him to go back. Why not go back down and fight the only guy that has your belt, whether it's Mendoza or Tim Tszyu, respectfully. If Mendoza is able to beat Tim Tszyu and get the belt, then that's what it is. But if I'm Charlo and I'm going back to 54, I'm leaving that Crawford situation alone, at least until Crawford has shown me that he's at 154 where I'm at. Until then, I think he need to go after whoever has that remaining belt and solidify it. You know what I'm saying? And his hunger is going to show a lot. His hunger or lack thereof is going to show a lot. Salute to my bro, Mike Kirkland, man. I respect any fighter who gets whooped trying. Can't get how Charlo just tried to survive. And it's the way he sold us the fight, Mike. You get what I'm saying? I can understand a bad night in the office. I can understand a bad night. But I can also understand what I feel like, in my opinion, is a lack of effort because you're lacking the confidence to go in there and execute. I've never seen Charlo lack confidence for an entire fight. I've never seen that before. That's very concerning. He was not confident. He looked worried, and I ain't gonna put the scared on him. I think that's scared is that. That's one thing. I think he was worried. I think it was like some nerves going on. I think some things on his mind for sure, and I think that stopped him, along with the power and pressure and craftiness of a Canelo Alvarez, along with the experience. I think all of those things, added up on the night. They mounted, and I think this moment got away from him. The moment got away from him as well. I think respectfully, the moment got away from him because, why else will you perform in a manner in which none of us has ever seen you perform? And I get it, yo. I want to be very respectful here. I understand that taking punches, it ain't no joke, bro. I get it. But again, if anybody understands it, it's the actual fighter. You're getting in there with him. So we get it. It wasn't going to be easy. But again, you people just wanted to see an effort where they could at least feel like you tried. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Even if you lost, like even with Errol Spence, we just seen him have his worst night of his career. But people, respectfully, people did slander him. But for the real ones that rock with him, they didn't slander him because they felt like he tried. He just didn't have it. He tried. Yo, bro got up from every time he got knocked down. Bro, I think he got knocked down 3 times. He got up each of the time. They had to wave it off. They pretty much had to save him from himself because he was going to keep fighting. He was going to go out on his shield. And I ain't saying you had to go out on your shield. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But people just wanted to see, a little oomph. This Charlo we talking about. This to keep running your mouth. This Mr. Keep running your mouth, man. That's that same dude. You get what I'm saying? So we just wanted to see a little more. I'll never tear him down and bash him, but we just need to see a little more. You know what I mean? Just a little more. That was just outgunned. He went up too far. Dante Hall Boxing Talk. That is true. That's why I said it's weight classes for a reason. And I don't believe Buzz should jump 3 weight classes to even, entertain a damn Canelo fight to prove nothing to nobody. That I wish I had the answer. Right, man. I'm extremely disappointed in Mel. After a couple, you've been a couple days. I'm like, I get it, but I just think he had more. I think he had more to offer. You know what I mean? He said he probably bet on Canelo to win. That'd be wild. Betting on you to lose is wild. Floyd Mayweather for that. So look, just to wrap up on that, because it is more. Y'all know we got more to cook on. And salute to everybody in the building. P. Hunter, salute family. Just 100% cashed out. I'm with you, Black Belt. Nah, I'm with you, P. Hunter. What it do, homie? Had a big pay and was like, Canelo fight. It's called selective cashing out. Hey, look, he had a Tim Tszyu fight on the table allegedly for $10 million, and remember, he got injured and that fight got called off, and then he fought. You get what I'm saying? You weigh your options. Who do you fight? You get what I'm saying? Do you fight the guy that you could potentially lose to, that's looking dangerous, could punch and learning how to box? You get what I'm saying? Getting some good wins under his belt. You could lose to that guy coming off the layoff in your broken hand, or you can go fight the other guy, 68, and possibly lose to him coming off the layoff in the broken hand. But jumping to weight classes and daring to be great while getting a much bigger bag. So which one do you choose? I think it was easy pickings. LaMarcus, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Charlo could have worked on a few new wrinkles to his game. He has to learn to trust DJ's advice in the ring. Sometimes, like a QB, have to trust the receiver will be at the right spot beforehand. I like that, Bole. He didn't trust a word Derek James said. I think he was so in awe with what Canelo was bringing to the table. I think he was so preoccupied with trying to figure out the puzzle that was Canelo in his mind that I think all the instruction of a Derek James just went conveniently over his head, respectfully. Like, no, it didn't go in one ear and out the other. If it go in one ear and out the other, we had at least seen him apply some of it. It didn't go in one ear and out the other. It went completely over his head. Every bit of instruction from Derek James went completely over that man's head. Completely over his head. And what it do, homie? How you feeling, bro? Mel got some more time to show he's still hungry. Right. I said his next move got to be his best move, and he got to really show us that he didn't leave us. He didn't leave us hanging like that. He just had a bad night and the weight was too much, right? So I'm not throwing him away by any stretch. All my critiques and my opinions and criticism is just to this one fight. And I don't feel like this represents him as a fighter, because he's shown me more times than not that he's a dog more than he ever shown me that he's not. So I get it. A lot of people like, he ain't no lion, he a cub, he this. I'm not going to go that far. I'm going to just say on that night, he wasn't the lion he needed to beat that guy, right? But in every other fight, even in his loss and his draw, he still showed a level in there that we all could be proud of and respect, right? So I'm gonna just keep it, tasteful. Charlo, you just wasn't the lion that you needed to be that night to beat Canelo Alvarez, right? But more times than not, you shown me a level that I could appreciate as a fighter, as a fight fan. You get what I'm saying? So I rock with him. I can't wait to see what he do next. And I hope he get a quick break in and come back, because I want to see something else, man. This ain't Charlo. And I don't throw the fighters away after 1 or 2 losses, even 3 or 4, right? I still rock with Adrian Broner to this day. Still my guy. So Charlo, you know what I mean? It's a little tough love, you know what I mean? But we still rock with you, but you just didn't have it on that night. I understand it. But I think how he respond after this loss tell a lot about himself. You know what I'm saying? P. Hunter, salute, bro. Appreciate you in the super chat. Bud fans are going to see him either get hurt or do what Charlo did versus Canelo. Yeah, and I just don't know if he has the same exact chin that Charlo has. Like, Charlo got a hell of a beard, bro, and he even took a knee. Like, I think that's a very, very tough task for. And again, let's be clear. It's the skipping of the weight classes and no acclimation at all, and just fighting one of the absolute top guys there is the problem for me. That's almost, you're not giving yourself the best chance to even win a fight like that, right? No acclimation. Come on, man. 3 weight classes, bro. Come on, dude. Skillfully, he'll be able to compete, but when he get caught, it's gonna be like lights out, bro. It's gonna be curtains. It's gonna be curtains. Salute to P. Hunter. Appreciate you.
And bro. We ain't never got to box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
I punched the like button out one time for you, bro, man. We gonna keep. I feel like he wasted 85. Yeah, Barbara, man. And we just wanted that Charlo that we know he's capable of being, right? I ain't need to see him reinvent himself to beat Canelo. Look, if he lost being the same Charlo that we've known to see in the ring, I'm very cool with that, y'all. I want to be very clear. I wish I could say it to JERMELL. If we seen the guy that we typically see in the ring and you lost, I think everybody would be okay about it in that regard. Because we'll be like, well, at least he went out being Charlo, win, lose, or draw, however he had to lose. I'm not saying get knocked out, but that's what people feel like. And even he said it, y'all, just to be clear. Even he said that wasn't him in there. So when I say that, that's not the Charlo we used to. He pretty much echoed those same sentiments when he said that wasn't him in there. And that's all we saying. Salute to that man. Salute to him, though. You know what I'm saying? Benavidez gonna put hands and feet on Canelo. I think black belt. I think stylistically, bro, is where it could be advantageous to Benavidez. The way he throw those punches and string them together, the size, the strong jab. I don't know. I think it could be problematic. I think Canelo might be able to hang his hat on an experience level and things like that, and being strong in his own right. Right. Some people feel like Benavidez won't be able to take the punches. I just want to see it. Like, why is it okay for us to speculate about a fight that should happen? Meanwhile, they're giving us fights that we're somewhat okay with, but we feel like at the same time we wasn't demanding Charlo to jump up and fight Canelo. Nobody was demanding that. We thought it was Jamal. And we was more cooler with that, but still had issues with that because of the layoff. You understand what I'm saying? But we still felt a little okay knowing that he was the bigger out of the two. Come on, man. Like, weight class wise, bro. You can't tell me Jamal don't look like he could be at 68 and it won't be that much of a problem for him. Jonathan, what it do, homie? He was the whiz. He was the whiz, Core H. Salute to P Hunter, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, man, y'all punched the like button for you, bro. That steroid strength is different. We'll see if he pops dirty. Man, they might listen. When you increase the amount after a person gets caught, don't be mad when I think that there's some foul play going on. You cannot be mad at anybody who logically thinks after a guy gets caught, gets slapped on the wrist with 6 months, they increase the amounts. That's wild. To think that there's no way that it could be possible. Like, man, whatever, bro. Whatever, man. Nah, you can't. Yeah, facts, Joe. You can't blame Derek for this at all. At all. Flawless mentality, Dr. Mark. Salute to the OG, my brother. How you feeling? Tell him to wake up because he was down in the cars, like you saw in the Lubin corner. I mean, I've seen it in Broner fights before. I've seen it in several fights, and I've seen it. But sometimes I feel like no matter what a coach is telling you to do, if you are preoccupied with trying to figure out the guy that's in front of you, you're not going to execute. And that's what it was with Charlo. He had a lot to figure out because he was up against a lot too. So that's credit to him. I don't want to like be too hard on him. Opulent LDTV blessings, Brody. How you feeling? Rome, what's good with it, fam? He said, that's why I said, dude. He said, payday, big cheesy, man. That's what it looked like, bro. Payday. I know that. You want payday. And look, this is the crazy part. He said it to Demetrius Andre. No, Demetrius Andre really wanted smoke with you. And I'm telling y'all now, man, I'm telling y'all, I'm not convinced that somebody said if Demetrius Andre fight him, he gonna do the same thing. I'm not sure about that. I'm not completely sure about that. I'm not completely sure that he'll get in there and do the same exact thing. I gotta see it because none of us even imagine Charlo doing this. So again, you can't say for 100% certainty that another guy was going to do it when we didn't even, see this coming from Charlo. So again, I don't know, man. I never seen Charlo do it, so I had no reason to believe he was going to do it now. I never seen Demetrius Andre get in a fight and shell up, so I have no reason to believe it until I see it. I'm going to give him that respect because he's never shown me that, right? I think that's fair. In a sport, that's not fair, right? That's why some Canelo I've seen in the last 7 years, same punch sequences and variations. That was the same guy, black belt. The only difference was the level of resistance in the ring, with much respect to Charlo, was so minimal from an effort standpoint that he was able to maneuver right through. You get what I'm saying? Buckle up, boxing talk. What it do, homie? How you feeling? So I lost a lot, all respect for him. I ain't lose all respect for him, but it left a sour taste in my mouth, Joe. And I don't think I'm unreasonable for saying that, right? And again, I listened to the follow-up and some of the things that he said after the fact, and it concerned me. It made me think that you never cared about being great. You just wanted money. because you said as much in a post fight. Yeah, facts, Rome, facts. And that's what I was saying earlier. He don't need a Canelo fight. You get what I'm saying? We like this energy, Alden. We like that guy. You know what I'm saying? Now I see why people were so concerned when they didn't see the right energy from him. Who was paying Charlo 10 mil to fight Tim? I don't know. I think that was the word, though, because again, black belt, that's in Australia where he is big at. But he said he wasn't going to Australia to fight him. You dig what I'm saying? I think that's a bigger fight than people realize if it's over there. You get what I'm saying? So don't get me the line. I ain't about to break down, but I got word that definitely was on the table, and he said he wasn't doing it. All right, man. So, but again, man, let's move on, man. I see. He said that under sanctions will strip Charlo. I have another 18 months off. They won't allow it. Yeah, they won't listen to them both after getting that real PBC back in. What Mel did would be like Canelo going up and fighting over time with no warm up at cruiserweight. Facts, Dante. And we not asking him to do that. Why? Because we know that's unrealistic. And it's crazy, Dante, that people can ask or can be completely cool with everybody else daring to be great, but the guy that's being the beneficiary of all these guys so-called daring to be great, right? That's crazy. And the least he could do is fight people in his own division. But nope, we asking for too much, bro. We believe Benavidez is not going to lay down. They believe he's going to show up and fight to win and not fight to survive. That's why talk to him, A1. That is a fact, bro. We do think he's going to do that. I do. I personally think. I don't think he'll lay down. I think he's going to fight. I don't see that in his temperament or makeup. Just like I didn't see it in Charlo's. And let's keep in mind, man, the difference is Benavidez could arguably be fighting at 175 where Canelo was at. He's a bigger guy. He's used to taking punches at guys at 68. He's a natural 68 pounder, and some would say he's not. He's a 75 pounder, but you know what I mean. He's been a career 68 pounder. You get what I'm saying? Even missed weight once. So you get what I'm saying? But he's more equipped to take punches from a Canelo as opposed to a guy blowing up from 54. It'll always be about juicing with fighters that's been good. With him, if you're talking about with Canelo, like the only time I would think about that, right, it would be on my mind if conveniently after looking a certain way in multiple fights, 3 to 4 of them, all of a sudden you look like something different, and that's what everybody's saying. And I just have a hard time believing that you just reinvented yourself like that all in one camp because you was fighting a guy. You get what I'm saying? That you really wanted to fight. That's my only issue. Ryan Garcia, 30 million. Say it with me, Canelo, big bread. Right. But let's get to this Devin Haney and Floyd talk, man. And look, y'all know I don't do no front, no line. I don't push no narratives, no none of that. I just call it how I see it, right? And I could be wrong, right? What I'm saying is not fact. This is my opinion on this situation as I see it. Tay, salute, Queen. How you feeling? Appreciate you stopping through. Al Booger, what it do, homie? So look, check it. I put it in the title, when all else fails, blame Floyd Mayweather. Why I said that is because I'm seeing that people are feeling like he's competing with Devin Haney with the December 9th date, right? And I can understand why people could think that to a certain degree. Is Floyd like he's not above being petty, so to speak, right? But the only issue I kind of have with that, I guess, is, I mean, what incentive would he have? Like, and look, this is an open conversation, so y'all free to talk to me. Let me know what y'all think. Canelo didn't look spectacular to me. Me neither, Al. Me either, bro. JJ, salute, homie. So look, the reason I don't think it, because I don't see the incentive to disrupt the potential success of a young fighter like Dev. I mean, again, I'm not saying he's above it, and I know he absolutely loves the spotlight, right? But I can't connect it the way people are connecting it, right? And look, I'm just gonna put out what was out there. Wasn't it? Listen, do y'all remember that Regis' issue was that he signed to fight on a certain date and they was moving the date? Now I'm just putting what's out there. and I'm just letting people assess it how they want. Remember, Regis was arguing about the date. He was mad. You can't move the date, man. I don't care. You're not a draw. Like, you don't want to fight. Remember that little spaz out that Regis did? Okay. Remember, that fight was supposed to take place on a totally different date. Now, just follow me for a second, y'all. Just follow me. That fight was signed to take place on a different date according to Regis' program. And he wanted to fight on that date. Remember? He was pissed off about it. He made a little rant. You know what I mean? And then I'm glad they was able to work things out. He was able to stay patient. They was able to rework another date out. But my question to the situation, right? And to the people that may feel like Floyd is trying to, you know, take away from the shine of Devin Haney, right? Why didn't he schedule a fight on the other date that they had lined up? You get what I'm saying? Why this date? What's so special about December 9th that he needs to take the shine off of him? You get what I'm saying? And if I remember correctly, Devin Haney had to fight on the same day as Clarissa and Wilder. And according to Bill Haney out his own mouth, they still did numbers. That's what he said. I'm going off of what he said. So I'm looking at another situation, a prior situation, in which he essentially, again, why is it only him having to compete with them and it's not them all having to compete with one another is beyond me, right? But I can understand if it's Floyd against a Dev. I can understand why people would feel like he's trying to still. I get it, right? But at the same time, according to your father, when you had to go up against Clarissa Shields fighting and Wilder, you still did numbers. So why can't you still do the same numbers in this situation? And I don't say the same numbers, but again, if I'm going off of me, I'm not going off of nobody else. I can only account for me. If both of those fights take place December 9th, where do you think me as a hardcore boxing fan is putting my money? Now, I get it. The casuals make up for a lot of ticket sales, as they say. But for my dollar, if I'm picking between Devin Haney and Regis Prograis and Floyd Mayweather and arguably, you know, whoever opponent of his choosing, man, I'm watching Devin Regis. But that's just me. So maybe that's why my train of thought is a little bit different than somebody else that's thinking, you know, maybe it's Floyd trying to sabotage. I feel like I'm watching Devin Haney on that day. I'm paying for Devin Haney, bro. I'm paying for Devin and Regis fight. If I got to choose, I'm picking that fight straight like that. And again, I would argue that some people did complain and felt like this fight should have been on free TV. Free fight versus pay-per-view fight. Come on. Is this fight free, though? Is the fight free? Is it going to be free? Georgie, salute. Hendall, my bad. What you said? Maybe he want to compete against Floyd like how 50 Cent versus Kanye both dropped the album on the same day. You get what I'm saying? But, and you know, in people's mind, they like, it's a Floyd. I don't know, man. It was built in a different country. What was built in a different country? Is you talking to me? Hold on. Let me put the spotlight on Georgie. Georgie, who you talking? Are you talking to Just? Let me, because I got time for you. You know what I'm saying? Are you talking to me? Am I the dummy that you're talking to? Because everything I said is a fact. I don't give a damn what country it took place in. The fact is, people had different fights that they could have attended and paid attention to on a day. And according to his father, he had no problem doing numbers. So don't try to specify to what country it was. I don't give a damn about none of that. You get what I'm saying? Floyd has plenty of opportunities on young fighters. And that's why I say like, why would he do it to a guy that said he's Floyd Mayweather reincarnated? You get what I'm saying? Not the guy that he lobbied for and told everybody how great he is. Not that guy. That's the same guy he about to turn around and slight. For what reason? What do we have to gain though? Tell me this. Dre's Finest, what it do, homie? How you feeling, family? You get what I'm saying? Hold on, let me get to this. Let me get to it. Let me get to this real quick, y'all. Let me take care of the goofy. We got a goofy alert. Let me take care of them. Boom. Boom. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Boom. There we go. All right, back to what I was talking about. Big Texas, what it do, homie? How you feeling, bro? How you feeling? Spotlight on Bucks. BN Boxing News. What's good with it, fam? How you feeling, bro? How you feeling, my guy? Dev didn't sign. Dev didn't sign to him. That's why you feel like. Yeah. I had to get the goofy out of here. He's stating the obvious. That's not my point. It doesn't matter. You said he did just fine. And again, I'm getting to my point because some people don't like to listen. They just want to come in and run their mouth. So I'm getting back to my point. So again, I'm hearing people basically essentially blaming Floyd for what his numbers are going to do. And the reason I have a problem with that is because going off of what he did previously, I mean, who did he have to compete with when he fought Loma? Who did he have to compete with when he fought Loma? And was those numbers substantially great? Was those great numbers by pay-per-view standards? So I get it. Like, again, man, I'm just accounting for one person. Everybody's free to think the way they want. If I'm putting my money in, again, I don't know if Floyd is on free TV. If it is, either way, I'm not paying for it. I'm not watching it. I'm not. If I've got to, and if it's on free TV, then what is the fuss about? What is the fuss about? D for the win. What it do, homie? How you feeling? Don't release numbers anyway. Yeah, goofy alert. I had to get him out of here. You know how people just come in here just shooting off at the mouth. You don't insult me because you telling me something I already knew. I can see if he told me something I didn't know, he actually had me. You telling me something I already knew. I'm telling you exactly the situation. It's the same thing. He had to compete, didn't he? He had to fight. It was 3 different fight cards on that day. 3 different. And again, they said the same thing then. So I don't understand, why is it always looked at a negative light? If he is set out to be the guy that people say he is, they're going to support it. And I heard, salute to my good brother Blue Blood. I heard him say John Pascal. I don't know how solid that is. I know I heard that whisper as well. So maybe he heard the same thing I heard. But I definitely don't care about that. I'm sorry, yo. I'm sorry. I don't, y'all. I don't care to see Floyd fight John Pascal, bro. A dude that got popped dirty. He just popped dirty a while back. I don't care to see him fight a steroid cheat. So people care to see Floyd fight a guy that just popped for all types of steroids. Nah, bro. I don't care to see that. I don't care about no damn exhibition over a real fight. So again, I can't account for all the other people out there, bro. I'm just me. I know when that day comes, if both of them are having a fight, my attention, my money is invested in Devin Haney and Regis Prograis because I support real boxing. I don't care nothing about no sideshow. And I guess it's a bad thing that I'm only one person, because if more people share my train of thought, then the fact that this guy is essentially potentially possibly having a fight on the same day, I wouldn't give a damn, because I ain't paying it no mind over a real fight. And that's respect to both Regis and Dad. They giving us a real 50-50 fight. You think I care about Floyd and his sideshow exhibitions to make quick stings? You think I care about him robbing the bank? I don't give a damn about that. I'm watching real boxing on the 9th, bro. That's why I ain't pushing that narrative that he's sabotaging or he ruining. No, because I'm still going to watch it. Who is he ruining it for? Because I'm watching Devin Haney and Regis Prograis on the 9th. Because that is a real fight that I am interested and invested in watching. And I will spend my money gladly to see it. No problem. I'm not watching that. I don't care. I'll wait till somebody post it on YouTube. I swear, and I hope more people, I hope at least the people in here, the family in here, all share the same sentiments. On December 9th, let's buy that pay-per-view and show out for them young kings and let them do their thing. Because that's what I'm watching on the 9th. Whether Floyd is free, pay-per-view, I don't give a damn. I don't care, bro. I'll wait till somebody put it on YouTube. I'll wait to see the highlights, bro. I don't care. That dude just fought. Who he just fought? The mob boss. What was the dude? Whoever. The mob dude he just fought. You think I cared about that? I didn't care about that. And they had a whole brawl, and I still didn't care. Man, I didn't give a damn. I don't care about none of that. I want to watch real boxing. I know what Floyd is doing because he told us what he doing. So I ain't paying me personally, Just Do is not paying no mind. And not to the point where I feel like I'm not going to watch real boxing. Hell no. I'm watching real boxing December 9th. Dev, Regis, do y'all thing. Y'all got my vote. Y'all got my money. Y'all got my pay-per-view money. You get what I'm saying? I'm rocking with it. That's a real fight that I want to see. Not watching no damn Floyd go beat some steroid cheat up allegedly. I'm not watching that. Yeah, Gotti. There you go. The mob guy. My bad. I couldn't get it. Appreciate you, Miss Joe. I couldn't get it. The mob guy. I don't give a damn about him. You get what I'm saying? I'm here. I'm speaking on the behalf of real boxing fans, Mike. You get what I'm saying? I'm not watching that over Devin Haney and Regis. Personally, I'm not. They can have that. The casuals, and I guess maybe the casuals outnumber the diehards. Maybe that's what it is, and maybe that's where they feel like their intention is going to be invested in that fight, but not mine, bro. Not mine, bro. And I don't give a damn if it's free. It could be on free TV. I'm watching Dev and Regis and I'm gonna pay for it and enjoy it, bro. Not a great fight for Crawford. Absolutely not. It's just too much. It's too much. Asking that man to jump 3 weight classes to just to prove what? That he great. He already great in his own right. Bud Crawford keep being great. You don't got to do that. You don't got to jump 3 weight classes to do it. But again, I just feel like when all else fails, blame Floyd Mayweather. You got people still blaming Floyd Mayweather for how other fighters do their business. Think about that. Chop, what it do, homie? How you feeling, my bro? Think about that. You still got people blaming Floyd for how other fighters do their business. How dare y'all blame and listen, I don't know when fighters are going to get it, because if that's what fighters think they are doing when they're being difficult in negotiations and making bogus demands, they think they're going the Floyd route. That's a newsflash. You are not going the Floyd route. You are not. Floyd did what was best for him in his career, and it worked because that worked for him. What worked for Floyd Mayweather ain't going to work for these other fighters. And for reason number one, the number one reason why the Floyd Mayweather blueprint, as they call it, will never work for these other fighters, because they're not the caliber of fighter Floyd Mayweather is. And that's no disrespect to no fighter that's essentially following the quote unquote Mayweather blueprint. You're not. That dude took a lot of challenges. Check his resume. Fought a lot of champions, bro. The most still to my count. Y'all not following that blueprint. So don't give me that. Dudes are looking over at what Floyd did and thinking they could duplicate it without the hard work. This is why it would never work. And if we being honest, Floyd was a marketing genius, because he started off humble. If people really was following Floyd Mayweather, he started off as a humble kid. He wasn't always Money Mayweather, man. He seen an opportunity to be the hill and make money, and he took it and ran with it. So again, I don't see none of these fighters doing that. So again, if y'all following the Mayweather blueprint, y'all clearly got the wrong blueprint in front of y'all. Y'all following the wrong shit, because he did not move that way. Don't give me that. None of y'all are doing what Mayweather did. So stop it. Oh, I blame Floyd. I blame Floyd for why fighters are protecting the O. Don't Floyd protecting the O my ass. He fought way more champions than you. Until you can compare to the amount of champions that man fought, you can't say he protected no O. You can't come close to the amount of champions he fought. I don't care how you trying to diminish what he did. He done it, bro. That's what made that man great. He had 2 separate careers. This man was Pretty Boy Floyd and then rebranded itself as Money Mayweather, and it worked. That's marketing genius. Nobody is doing that. So again, miss me with, they're just doing with Floyd. No, they're not. And they're failing miserably. So again, if that's what y'all doing, trying to follow what Floyd did, would y'all please start by putting in the work first? Put the work in first. Then I'll believe you following the blueprint. But if you out here just asking for bogus demands, protecting the O, thinking you're going to get to the level Floyd Mayweather got, you're sadly mistaken. It won't happen. It won't happen. More times than not, you will fail miserably, bro. You do what works for you. That's what works. Floyd did what worked for him. That's why you ain't seen it be duplicated in that way. You ain't seen another fighter do it the way he did it, because that's what worked for him. Tyson did what worked for him, and so many other fighters. These dudes is different, man. Floyd had the people, man. He genuinely had tons of people showing up to see him win, and because they rock with him, and then tons of people that showed up because they wanted to see him lose. Again, until you can capture the imaginations of the public in the way that Floyd did, miss me with all this they're doing what Floyd did. You're not. You're failing miserably. You're not coming close. You're missing the mark. You're not even coming close. Come on, man. Stop. I don't know. I'm just not, I'm different. I don't like the blame game. I like accountability. He can't control how other fighters are running their careers. If they're influenced by his way, then they need to study it a lot more closely and see how he went about his business. Because it wasn't all glamour and glitz for him either. If people really followed his career, it wasn't. He wasn't always this money guy that people know him as now. It wasn't that for him. So again, people are skipping steps. That's why they're not following the blueprint or the green print for that matter. You know what I'm saying, Marquay? They can't follow it. Cobain, salute. But the closest thing to Floyd, my business or personality wise, but he got skills. Floyd got. I mean, listen, it's debatable, but I won't take that from him. He's a special fighter, man, to me, straight like that. Black belt, salute to you, bro. Appreciate you. I just don't like the blame game. And look, that I'm just one person. I ain't passing this as fact. I'm just giving y'all my assessment on how I see things. I'm past blaming other people for things. I'm telling y'all where my money's going December 9th, and it ain't going, even if it's free or not. My attention or money is not, Floyd Mayweather is not the priority December 9th. The fight that I'm looking forward to, the only fight, unless some magical other great fight come out of nowhere, and I doubt that's going to happen, I'm watching Devin Haney and Regis Prograis 100% until it's over. And I want to see every fight, post fights and everything, bro, because I'm locked in and I support these young dudes. Because why? They're giving us fights that we want. You get what I'm saying? We want fights that we can respect, 50-50 fights. That's what I want to see. So that's what I'm watching, because I'm a real boxing fan. And it's sad to say that maybe it ain't that many as real boxing fans, because if it was, this wouldn't even be a concern, because we all know collectively where we putting our money at December 9th. And and salute to Dev Haney and Regis. I hope y'all do get all y'all shine. I hope, for whatever reason, Floyd decide not to go on that date, so y'all can get y'all just due accordingly. And y'all don't have no distractions and taken away from what y'all could have potentially did from a ticket standpoint. I'm not here to say 100% that Floyd couldn't affect it. It would be kind of crazy not to say it, right? But he's not going to be the sole purpose. Let's have more faith that Devin Haney and Regis and us as a boxing community really wanting to see this fight is going to be the reason they do well. And I know that's tough, because we don't stick together how we supposed to. But again, for my money, for my dime, is going to Regis and Dev, bro. And I'm rocking with them Kings, man. I'm not paying attention to the sideshow that is Floyd Mayweather. Respect to him. I appreciated every one of those 50 fights he gave us. But anything after that, I did not care about, respectfully. Anything outside of the 50, I don't care about over real boxing. And I'm only one person, so I'm not accepting this garbage, sideshow over some real boxing. You know what I'm saying? When we really want to see real fights, bro. So again, I hope Floyd, I hope you listen. I hope you don't fight on December 9th. Let them Kings shine, because they deserve it. They're giving us a fight that we want, that we can enjoy, and may the best man win. And with my KO, just puts his logic to the casual. Awesome. You get what I'm saying? Talk to him, bro. I hate Floyd doing that. But Floyd did that before. Right. Was streaming Floyd and possibly buying Dev, or vice versa. Watch. Yeah, man. Right. And for me, if it's me, A1, I just rather lock all the way in and buy Dev and Regis fight and just enjoy that as a boxing fan, because that's real boxing. That's what we want to see. You get what I'm saying? That 50-50 fights. You think I'm a miss an opportunity to see a 50-50 fight with big is a meaningful fight as a, you know, I'm gonna miss that opportunity to watch something that I know they're gonna upload on YouTube. You serious? So you think I care about seeing that in live time versus a real fight? Absolutely not. Again, not for my money. So Floyd, all I can say is I hope you truly ain't being petty. I hope this is just people, you know, being a little, you know, jumping the gun just a bit. I hope that, you know, I hope this ain't the situation, because I would hate to see this for boxing. Again, this man is trying to make his way. He deserves it. He going on the second pay-per-view. Let him be great. And I don't feel like nobody should get in the way of that. I think that's weak. If that's what the situation is, I think it's weak. I'm not here to protect it. And y'all heard everything I broke down and spoke on. It was about being in support of this real fight as opposed to that other stuff. B, salute, family. How you feeling? Floyd Petty did the same thing with Tank. Right. Right. So again, I know he's not above it, and I never made a case that he was, but the only case I'm making is, man, let's, as boxing fans, for what we can help, for our money, let's make it not matter, at least for us, by supporting Devin Haney. So, and again, what I can't do nothing if a fight don't sell what it's supposed to. All I know is, y'all got my word that that's where my money will be going on the day. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I could give y'all is my word where I'm gonna support. I'm gonna support real boxing whenever they give it to us. And I'm not knocking what Floyd is doing. I understand it's an entertainment value in what he's doing, and so I'm not against what he's doing, but I'm not prioritizing, you know, a guy having fun making money versus guys really fighting, you know, for the, you know what I mean, for the people, man. You know what I mean? Putting on the real show. And that's where I'm at with it. Black belt, I believe you. I think that could be a possibility too. I think that could be a possibility. Because I mean, I don't think, and this is just me. This is what I think. I don't think he has anything against Dev, but who knows? That's just what I think. I can't validate that, right? You know what I mean? Maybe he could be a secret hater, but I'm just not willing to put that on him. You know what I mean? He was just vouching for this dude not too long ago. He was just training and working out with this dude and had Tank saying that, you know, he was going to train there, but all that's done. Like, just think about that. So I don't know, man. If he showed fake love all this time, that'd be weak. If you do anything to sabotage this fight, I got to put that out there as a man. That's weak. You get what I'm saying? Let them young men shine. They putting on for the sport. They giving us fights that we want. Upper echelon. Salute, my bro. Appreciate you stopping through. Salute to you, bro. Yeah, right. Facts, bro. Facts. Because we paying for stuff we want to see, bro. He said you did it to Tank. Why don't you do it to Dev? I get you. That's why I get you. That's why I'm not really making the case that he won't do it, right? I'm just hoping that that's not the case. And I made a case for why it shouldn't matter, because we as boxing fans, right? And I got faith in my fan and all of us in here that we gonna buy this. You get what I'm saying? Buy both, because Floyd undercard stack, Carmel. I get that. And that's the problem. That is the problem, though, right there. It's not just Floyd. It's the fact that inside of what he's doing, he's putting real boxing on the card, from what I'm hearing. Danny Garcia and Keith Thurman possibly on there, and Carmel, like he said too. Outlaw, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Honestly, Floyd's second time fighting on Devin date, but Floyd wanted to sign Dev and it didn't happen. Yeah, I hear people saying that too. So look, I'm not against it, but all I can say, y'all, is I just don't care for the blame game, and I know I'm gonna do what I can to support the right fight. And I'm not knocking the other situation. I'm not knocking that, but I'm not paying for that. I'm not. If I'm picking one versus the other, I'm going with the one. And again, I'll be more than likely live calling the fight. So you know what I'm saying? That's where my money going for that night. Floyd, you know, Danny, y'all gonna have to fight some people that I really care about for me to really be interested. But at the end of the day, my main priority is watching the fight that I know was coming all this time, not something that they just slapped together at the last minute. So who knows? Like, this still got to come to fruition. I don't know how solid all of this is with this date, but we gonna see, man. We gonna see, because he has had a date move before, so we gonna see. You get what I'm saying? Facts, A1. You know what I mean? And he the only one that still got probably all his fights on YouTube, 1 through 50, bro. Dad, Regis, y'all got my support. Y'all got Just Do support. Win, lose, or draw, I'm rocking with y'all, man. I ain't choosing that fight over y'all card. Don't even worry about it. It was with Dude, where is Floyd? And that's what I'm saying. I don't even think people even got all the details. Like, don't nobody know who nobody fighting. Like, they just, you know what I mean? For the most part, we just hearing about it. So we'll see. And nothing is solid with Keith Thurman. I'm sorry. Like, he ain't even sound like he was fighting soon. I ain't hear him say he was. Did anybody hear Keith Thurman or Danny Garcia said they was fighting December 9th? I ain't saying they can't, but I gotta look and check, man. I have to check that out. I have to check it out because I don't even know. Imagine Floyd versus Manny, Danny versus Lara, and Thurman versus Dan Jonas, post Canelo versus Tough to compete. They hey, Bole, he better not do that, bro. That's wild, man. Don't do that. Cause then I'm gonna feel a little bit different about some of the stuff I said. You get what I'm saying? Some of the stuff, not everything, because again, I'm just not into trying to blame Floyd in that regard, because I'm being hopeful that he's not doing that, right? And I could be, the odd man out in this, and I know that, but I'm being hopeful that that's not what's going on right now. I'm like, out of all shit to do, like, I don't understand what would be so special about that date other than, and that's crazy because he is an attention whore, and I feel like that's just something he's always been. So that'd be wild. That'd be too crazy. I don't want to see it though, man. The issue is Dev versus Regis program is on the Zone. Many people won't subscribe to the Zone pay-per-view for Dev versus Regis. So again, and I'm glad you said that. So again, it's like, is it gonna be Floyd's fault, or is it gonna be, the way they went about doing this fight? Yeah, he could. Facts, Upper. He could. D Free, what's good with it, my bro? He said no one was trying to fight, which I don't believe, but he didn't say he was getting in soon. Right, and that's D Free, and this is D Free. Salute to my bro. And he was talking to Keith Thurman directly. So unless he keeping something close to the vest, he's saying people don't want to fight, and he ain't sound like he was getting in there anytime soon. So again, who knows? Like, this might not even materialize the way people are saying, right? So that's where I'm at with it. I'm an optimistic dude. I just want to see real boxing win, bro. That's all. That's at the end of the day. At the end of the day, I want to see real boxing win. I want to see Dev go in there and get his shot to be great. I want to see Regis get his opportunity to be great. And that's just what it is. And may the best man win. It's straight like that. I have to subscribe when it's pay-per-view. Stop saying that. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you don't. That's true, though. You don't. You could just order the pay-per-view. True indeed. Can you buy this on pay-per-view without subbing? I believe so. I believe you can just buy the pay-per-view, without ordering it. Now, I don't know, because I actually be paying for this on weird ass subscriptions, and so I never done it that way. Thurman did not say no one wants to buy. Yeah, Pete. That's what he said, bro. He said nobody. He said nobody trying to fight. He wild, ain't he? He a wild boy. If you saw Barrios fight, then you know why people are avoiding Thurman and set boots. I feel you, Justin. What it do, homie? How you feeling? So no different than paying for a Showtime fight. Right. I got you, D Free. I got you. Y'all smash that like button for you, bro, man. At the end of the day, man, like I said, I want to see real boxing win. And I'm not knocking the other stuff, but I feel like that's more the extra. You know what I mean? Like what Dev and Regis is doing is what I want. You know what I'm saying? I want to see that. So Danny fighting, Canelo fighting, and then Thurman fights Boots. People, wow, hell yeah. I mean, that's different. Yeah, Upper. Like, that's they might be cooking with something there. D3, what's good, bro?
What's good, man? I mean, like the picture that I showed you, I met Keith Thurman face to face yesterday, and we talked about 20 minutes. Right. And I'm actually working on the interview with him. But he said, he basically, that's what he said. He said, man, ain't nobody trying to fight him, which I don't believe, because we all know Boots wanted to fight him. But he said wasn't nobody trying to fight him, and he showed me he in shape. But like that picture that I sent to you, No, if you look at Keith Thurman, I don't know how Keith Thurman is making 147. So if he's fighting, he's not fighting at 147.
Well, you know, he made it with that Barrios fight, and he looked like a baby tank. Like he was brolic as hell in that Barrios fight. He was so muscular. His back was like Baracus.
When I say this man Keith Thurman is big as shit, though. When he's short, but the nigga look like he's every bit a good 170 pounds right now.
I know, but he looked like Canelo in that Barrios fight. Do you not remember that Barrios fight? He looked like a baby Canelo.
Yeah, like I don't know how that man making 147. I really don't. But but like I said, I talked to him for like 20 minutes, and he gave no indication that he was getting in the ring anytime soon. Because I asked him, I said, "Dog, when we gonna see you again?" He said, "Man, ain't nobody trying to fight me, man."
When you're on a Floyd card, you got to sign that NDA. You know, only Floyd can announce it. You know, can't nobody else announce that.
Oh, I mean, he could have said, "Oh, I'm working on something" or anything like that.
He said,
"Ain't nobody trying to fight me." That's what he said. Ain't nobody trying to fight me.
But you remember Amir Khan just let a little bit slip, and he lost the Floyd fight. Like Floyd is an attention seeker, and he's a control freak. Like,
yeah, I mean, I understand if he just gave out a name that he's about to fight, but he could have said, "Man, I'm working on something. I should be getting in the ring sometime soon."
Brody, appreciate you.
But he ain't gave no indication that he was getting in anytime soon.
But what I was gonna say, you know, that Laura and Danny's supposed to be fighting. That's a great fight. I would pay to see that too. But Floyd, this ain't Floyd's first time getting on people's fight dates. Floyd, like I'm a fan of Devin Haney's boxing skills. Like that's about it. You know, I like my boxers, but you know, I don't hate against my black people either though. So I like to watch them get in there and duke it out. And especially when you give me the fight that I asked for, because he's coming up and he's fighting a stone cold killer. He's not taking no Rudy Poo. So I'm gonna pay my money just because he's giving me the fight that I want to see. And I respect that. And like hell, I can still buy the Floyd fight as well if he got everybody in that undercard, like they say. Because I like that too. But it's just crazy how Floyd always wants the attention on him. Like,
yeah, that's wild.
If you did it one time, maybe. But this is gonna be the third time Floyd done did that to people.
I told people
I know what you're talking about with that Haney stuff. I keep telling you, why that argument is always gonna fall flat real quick. Like I'm gonna just try to make quick sense of it. Why it's always gonna fall flat when you try to say that Shakur asked for 50-50, because that's gonna be a lie. That letter was that was his case. They're making a case. And again, it doesn't matter what he asked for at the end of the day, because the decision goes to the sanctioning bodies. But it was no negotiations that took place because he went to go handle business where he was going in the first place, which is to 140. I think that stuff was just for the fans, man. And realistically, like it wasn't time for that fight, man. I don't think neither of the dudes is scared of each other. Just think Dev Haney got plans, man. And it's more so his body was telling him to go up. So sticking around and really fight Shakur at 35, anybody that's convincing themselves that, I just think you should think about that a lot more closely. Think about that. You really think he would take a chance at fighting that guy at less than 100% because he made an offer, right? That's just, again, it's not about being scary. Once people can make peace with that, then you'll understand that it wouldn't make sense health-wise for him. That's why he wouldn't do it. He's a smarter guy than that. He's not a dumbass. You get what I'm saying? He didn't get to 30-0 being stupid. And it was the Loma fight was risky as it was. You get what I'm saying? You think he wanted to put his why should he put his body through that?
If he's gonna risk it, he's gonna do it on a payday like
again. To his credit,
big enough payday.
To his credit, he just flexed his A side on Shakur. That's all. All right, you want to fight? Take what I give you, or I'm out. That's all he did. It's that simple. Shakur, he could have took it or called the bluff, whatever people want to call it. I think at the end of the day, if you're real with yourself, if you're a true Devin Haney fan, you know his career at 135 is done. And that ends all of it. You can still call one of the two a duck if that's the role you want to play, but I'm not a fool. I know better. That dude is not fighting again there because it's not healthy for him. And why would he risk that? You don't get to where you at just being stupid. Boxing is also a business. People make strategic moves. That would not be a smart one. Won't y'all give y'all fighter more credit than that? He's not an asshole. He's not about to do that. Why? To make people at home happy? No. That's not how he do his business. You know what I mean? He giving us a fight that people are going to be happy with. Why give us one where you got to risk everything and be less than for somebody entertainment? I don't even want to see that fight at 35.
Because then as soon as he do it,
he's going to be drained, and then that's going to be the whole
Earl fight.
That's going to be the whole talk. He's drained. You think I want to see that? I want to see Haney be 100% in any fight he's in because I want to see the best fight possible. That's what a real boxing fan want. Exactly. Who the hell wants to see Haney fight anybody else at 35? Not me. Because anybody that want to see him fight at 35, I'm calling it now. You're not a real Devin Haney fan. His body is telling him otherwise. Why would he do that? Did we see what just happened to Errol Spence sticking around too long? Again, that was a stupid move. And that's another conversation for another day. People don't want to talk about that. That's not a shot at Earl. His pride got in the way. That's why they was. If there's any truth that they was advising him not to take this fight, it had nothing to do with being scared. That wasn't a smart business move. I don't give a damn who get mad, feel some type of way. That man wanted to please the people at home, and look how they treated him when he lost. So again, how many fighters are willing to make that sacrifice? They're not.
How would you want? Why would you want to see a fight when somebody is weight drained? Right. That means if you're a fan of the other fighter that beat him, you can't give him his real props because he fought somebody that was weight drained.
Hell no, I don't want to see that. Man, you think I ever want to see Earl at a disadvantage like that again? He's stuck around now. Look, I ain't gonna lie. Look, it's a two-sided story. Yeah, he got paid, but he gave that fight to the people because that's what he said. More importantly, before you even get to the money, he said he was giving us that fight, and he stuck around. And he made sure he delivered on it. And look how people shitted on him when he lost. Exactly. How many people is gonna want to challenge, take that type of risk for some people at home that don't even care? Devin Haney he ain't stupid. Bill Haney ain't stupid. They a lot of things, but them dudes are not stupid. They did not get to where they at being stupid, bro. That would be a stupid business move. And Errol Spence allowed his what he wanted and to deliver on his promise to the people. I'm pretty sure if it probably was up to his people, they was like, man, go where your ass is healthy at, man. The hell with him. He being too difficult anyway. And I can understand it on that side. I don't got shit to do with ducking. That's just for people that want to push narratives. At the end of the day, you see them two dudes get on the phone, they always wanted to fight. I never pushed that one didn't want to fight the other. It just seemed like one was more willing to fight right then and there than the other. That's what I felt like. And at the end of the day, it happened. And again, look how they shitted on that dude. Again, he gave us a fight that we wanted. And look how it turned out for him. And look how people talking today. That's crazy, man. I'm telling you, Devin Haney ain't doing that. Give your fighter more credit than that. It's not about him being scared. He's a smart guy. He ain't doing that. He'll be great at 140, I believe. Go do your thing. I believe his tough fights up there for him. He got more than enough fights that he can make up there. And when Shakur ain't gonna be at 35 forever, that fighter happens at some point, I believe. Just not right now, man. It ain't about either of them dudes, in my opinion, being scary because. Again, before they ever got their names intertwined with fighting each other, did you look at Shakur Stevenson as a real fighter? Do you look at Devin Haney as a real fighter? So why did that shit change the minute the business don't line up and they can't make a fight? Somebody got to be a duck. That's for corny people that want to push weak-ass narratives because they don't understand the business of boxing, or better yet, they want to use their influence to confuse the people when they know exactly what the hell is going on. It's not a matter of nobody's ducking. That shit is weird. Now, I don't agree with Shakur saying it, but at the end of the day, he's saying if anybody's going to get called a duck, you can't call me a duck for not taking 25% and going to the sanctioning bodies for them to do their job. You're going to call a guy that went up and let the belt go the duck, if anything. And I understand the point, but I still ain't jacking that he's a duck because that man did what he was supposed to do, and I would have did it too if I was him. You want to fight me? Bring your ass to 140. If I was Devin Haney, that's what I would have said. And anybody got a problem with that, so be it. Call me what you want. That's fake narratives. That man he ain't no duck. Who did he duck? He ain't ducked Shakur. Shakur never ducked him. Them dudes ain't no ducks. I don't understand why we want to put the jackets on the fighters that represent at the highest level when you got guys that strategically maneuver around people in their weight class, bringing other fighters up. And I don't even want to call him a duck, but you got guys strategically making business moves that truly benefit them and not the people at home. Those are not the fighters that's doing that. That's what I don't put jackets. Them dudes, when they line it up, I can't wait to see it. But I hate the rhetoric. That shit is fake. It's just a narrative to push people to come click it. Yeah, he's ducking. Yeah. I heard Shakur duck Frank Martin. That's the wildest shit I ever heard in my life. And people will push that and believe it and come here and tell me that. Yeah, he ducked him. The guy that was making the fight ducked him. Not the guy that turned the fight down. Not the guy that said no. It said yeah, or the team said yeah initially, and then they said no. That guy is not the duck. If you want to go that route, it's the guy because he was getting paid. That has nothing to do with the situation. He can't control what the hell Frank Martin get. That's what him and his team negotiate. That ain't no Shakur. People are weird, man. Shakur lowballing them. It's just another narrative for people that don't understand boxing. Don't got shit to do with that. That man thought he can get more money, and he went about it the wrong way, in my opinion, and he didn't get it. Simple. On to the next. No, he didn't duck. He wanted more money. Now, to me, you can call that a duck, strategic duck if you want. To me, I think he entitled to try to negotiate, get his money or whatever the case. If he don't get it, you can move on, revisit that shit later.
He didn't even try to negotiate. He just walked away from the table. That's different.
Right.
He could have negotiated the fee, but he didn't even try to negotiate the fee. That's what left a sour note in my mouth. Like,
I'm telling y'all, I see y'all. Y'all know I like y'all. Y'all take y'all those shots. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna mean it. Y'all don't know what y'all don't see in the ring, but I ain't gonna get all the way into it because I ain't gonna turn it to a Devin, Haney, and Shakur. But when they fight, I think everything I've been saying will be proven.
Hell, his dad even
said, everything I say will be proven.
Get off on Shakur just a little bit. So that's the man's dad. He even said that. Now Shakur is a problem.
Right. Frank was talking about Shakur and Devin.
That man in on the biggest,
but ended up doing the same thing Core did. And the Cobain, he ain't really do the same thing Core did. He just agreed. Shakur never agreed to anything. That was the mix-up. I believe that's why they didn't get the money, because they believed they had agreement. And then for you to say, "Oh, I need more money now," after they thought everything was, it's a simple like miscommunication or mishandling of a situation, a missed opportunity at best. But I'm not willing to spin a narrative for either fighter. I'm not doing it. I think Frank Martin is a real fighter because that's what he's shown me. The business has to line up as well for these fights to happen. And no matter how people want to pick it apart, at the end of the day, if he did not get what he felt like he should have got, then the business didn't line up, so the fight didn't happen. I'm that type of guy. I'm not the narrative dude. You can have the he all right, well, have at it, bro. I think Frank Martin is real. I think he would have lost that fight though, and I think maybe that played in. I think he understood the risk. I don't think he was going into the fight feeling like he couldn't win at all. I think he's very confident, but I felt like he understood the risk and he wanted to be compensated for that risk. You get what I'm saying? That's how he looked at it. That's what I believe. So I'm not mad at him for that. Can't tell a man you can't go get his money to get punched in the face. I can't tell him what he's worth. They can do that. And maybe his team should have negotiated. Or I always said this. Why didn't y'all just go to purse bid if that was the problem? It's simple questions and answers to this situation before you even get to all the fluff. If you had any issue, why did y'all make a mutual agreement to cancel the purse bid in the first place? That's the issue with that. It's like people don't know how to follow information as it's being presented without spinning a narrative at some point. It's weird to me. Frank Martin is a real dude. Hope to see him back soon. Can't wait to November 16th. And more importantly, I hope Floyd ain't ruining this date for these young kings because I want to see them do their thing. Shakur be all right, man. He got some learning to do, bro. He got some learning to do, man. These dudes are not in 100% control of their careers, man. He is not. He's not one of them. It's just not. This is what it is. People can talk like it is. That's the case, but that's not the reality, bro.
When you negotiate with Jay Prince and Shakur,
right? His team is not allowing him to take crap offers when they know his worth.
They just don't let you know what's on the table. They ask you what you want.
And I think that's
to let you know what's in the pot.
Right. I think that's like some top rank stuff like that. And again, even if it's Jay Prince, whoever they want to put it on, you can't place that on the fighter. Do you really think he's in there in the room crunching numbers, bro? You will have to be
exactly what you asked for. How can you complain?
It's right, yo. Upper, man, they be missing it, bro. Said it, yo. That was cool, man. Bob Behrman, I know they're gonna they're gonna make themselves comfortable by saying everything he says is a lie. That man sound like he was telling the truth with that. And then he let me know some more stuff because people kept putting Derek James and Earl Spence in it. They're not negotiating for him. They're not. He spoke on a guy that they was negotiating with. That's not neither of them. That's why when it was like Derek James did it or Earl Spence probably this. That was his decision, bro. That was him. And the way his team been handling this fight, what is it? TGB Promotions or something like that? Tom Brown for Frank Martin, they've been doing his fights and handling his business. I wish the good brother L-Dub was in here because he could tell you better than me, but they've been doing his fights and it was never a problem any other time. How come you get to this, the biggest opportunity of your career, and you find a way for it to be an issue and you blame the opposite side for it? I'm not falling for that though. That the onus is on you and your people. Y'all fumbled somewhere, but I still ain't gonna call you a duck. I'm gonna just say y'all mishandled that situation, so it didn't happen. Salute to him. Go get your money, bro.
When you see, a lot of times fighters don't know what's in the pot. They just know what they want. And see, you ask for something.
DHP. You a fool.
Hey, look, if you ask for something and you get it, and you just didn't know how much was there, that's your fault. So you can't get mad because you didn't find out how much was all there.
And another thing, Upper, when he did that interview with the Queens of the Ring, he said they discussed everything with him but money. And then the good brother Conor Loco was in here from personal experience. He like, the first thing they discuss is money. So again, what the hell was your incentive to say yes to the fight? Just the belt? You get what I'm saying? And the name Shakur Stevenson, like seriously, like so they're not gonna tell this man what he was gonna get paid. That's a stretch. I find that hard to believe that they managed to mention every detail. But you know what? Yeah, we ain't gonna tell him how much.
He lost me on that.
That's gonna be a secret. Like what?
Now who was doing the negotiating for Frank Martin? Who was doing this?
I think his people is TGB, bro. Tom Brown and
Tom Brown. Listen to what you're saying. Tom Brown, TGB Promotions, who have been involved in some of the biggest promotions in the last 10, 15 years. Am I right or wrong?
Facts on facts, bro.
Right. Am I right? Okay. So they were going to the negotiation and give Frank Martin every detail except what he was getting paid. That's what you want me to do.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, whatever.
Come on, Frank.
And you know what?
Come on, man. Frank, come on.
I respect everybody and everything, but it's a reason why certain people was trying to get interviews with him and he wasn't taking them and doing them. And you did it where you could say things and not be asked any questions because that sounded far-fetched. There's only a couple
they don't know. They don't know. They don't know because they don't know. I got you. I'm with you. I'm all the way with you. It's like Frank. Come on.
And again, I think for them,
I would have told Frank. Look, Frank, I was born that night, but it wasn't last night.
Yeah. And again,
come on, you asking me to believe a whole lot, brother, that they would tell you everything. But in a prize fight, what the prize is, that's what they're not gonna tell you. Come on,
right? And I'm like, bro, that's why I said you leaving something out, right, Karma? Like something left out, bro. Like they not going to mention your bread. Like I just don't see how they can sell that to a fighter and not tell them, nah, we ain't gonna tell them what you getting paid is just secret. But yeah, what
look. So you telling me, just you go for an interview, right? Job you've been looking for a minute. And they tell you everything about the job and what you're gonna get paid. That's how they do that there?
Man, I'm telling you, bro, common sense, bro. Like, I'm sorry, you ain't spending that to me. You ain't spending that to me. Yeah, you said Corby capping. Look, I think, listen, respectfully, like I told you, when it comes to that stuff, I'm never here to defend like everything fighters say. I'm not that type of fan for no fighter, right? That's not I respect the skill set and talent of Shakur Stevenson. That's where my resistance comes in, where people I feel like they either don't give credit where it's due or they slight them or push narratives. That's where my resistance comes in. But they accountable for the shit they say, not just do. I'm not going, what he meant was every time he say something. Now, if the situation makes sense, I'll give my 2 cents on it. But stuff that a lot of these dudes say what they want to say in these interviews. But I think when it's all said and done, I think people I think he's just another misunderstood dude. I think what he need to get prepared for is some of that treatment Bud got. I think you about to get some of that. You're right over there in Top Rank. You've seen it already. It's very similar for Bud at 35. Hate for him at 40. I heard no hate for him. Once he got to 47 and
talking about Shakur?
Fighter, they started hating him. Shakur, 26, no hate for him. 30, no hate for him. Get to 35, the thought of him fighting your favorite fighter, now y'all hate him. It's like, so just get prepared for it. You can't get everybody to like you. You shouldn't want to. Just keep winning. That's all you got to keep doing. Everything else don't matter. And that's all I vouch for as a supporter of his. I ain't no fan, and no, I'm a supporter, right? I actually spend money, been in the fight, especially the last two. So I rock with the talent and skill set. I just hope he stay focused and lock in. And I think he could be a part of some of the best fights in his division, win, lose, or draw. And I think he'll have a damn good chance at winning any of them. But you just got to put the work in and keep winning. Got a real fight on the 16th of November. Let's see how he deal with a guy that could punch well in both hands and box a little bit, right? Let's see if he able to be a little mean with this dude, be a little nasty with him. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see just a clean, like a 12 zip, just clean. Like, I don't want to see like Valdez, right? I want to see a little more than what you did to Valdez. If that's too much, you get what I'm saying? Like, I get it. He got some power. I expect to see you deal with him a certain way because he ain't on your level. I don't give a damn about his power. Treat him accordingly.
Exactly.
Beat his ass. And I hope.
But that's the thing.
I hope it's what is the reality. I hope he is a little stronger. Not just saying it. All fighters say that when they move up. But what I seen in that first fight, I know that was Yoshino, and it's not no elite level talent. Dude got a good win with Nakatani, but he was undefeated. But I seen the weight of them shots, and I ain't saying he no puncher. But again, I can see some accumulation stoppages in his future at 35. I can see it. And if I seen the right thing, let's see. Maybe we gonna see though, man. I think
here's the thing though, you gotta understand something. As you saw with Crawford, right? The one advantage you have when you're moving through divisions is that you're fighting a bunch of different styles. You get me?
Yeah.
So that prepares
you. Challenges are different. Like, you're showing that you can be top at different weight classes. I think that says something about you.
Exactly. So that prepares you. Like if you look at the build up to that fight on the 29th of July, the man said, I've been in there with all types of guys. So there's nothing this guy can show me that I haven't seen before. You remember that?
Right.
And that's what happens when you travel through the divisions, because you're going to fight tall guys, you're going to fight short guys, you're going to fight fast guys, you're going to fight guys who can punch, you're going to fight guys with good footwork, you guys with good head movement, you're going to fight all types of guys. And that prepares you. So whenever any kind of style presents itself, you've seen some of that style before. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's kind of like Brady in football. Brady was so good at the end because there was nothing you could do that's a surprise him. He's seen everything. He's seen it all.
Right.
So nothing rattles him. Nothing surprises him. I've seen before. I've seen that shit in 2001. That shit, you know what I mean?
The Shakur fight is not a fighter anime character. I tell you, I mean, listen, I'm just a different guy. It's similar to how I feel about Wilder when people talk resume to me, right? I look at Wilder like you fought Luis Ortiz, nobody wanted to fight him. Fought him twice after the dude popped dirty, right? He gave you a hell of a fight the first fight. You turned around, fought this dude. Same guy that they call a sucker, and he fought Fury 3 times. We know the story. And you try to fight anybody else, I feel like that is dangerous, right? I look at Shakur like that. So when people talk about the resume, you can call it what you want. I'm not here to defend it. I see it the way I see it. I don't try to change people's opinions. I just look at it like this. Just don't forget to mention how many people turned him down. When you speak about the guy that he's fighting or the guys that he is fighting, don't forget to mention the list of guys that said, nah, I'm cool. And as long as you put that out there, just tell the whole story. Yeah, complain about the opponent, but say, yeah, those dudes said, nah, I'm cool. And
he couldn't fight Williams Zepeda because he turned it down. He couldn't fight Pitbull Cruz because he turned it down.
Man, is you right? And I seen that
fight Frank Martin because he turned it down. So who can he fight?
That's why I say you only could fight who's saying yes. And you just more recently seen Frank Martin not get enough money, so he was like, nah, I'm cool. So it's like, y'all, you have to factor that in there. And you can't, people will try to call it everything but what it is. He's lowballing them. It's Top Rank again. It's this. Nah, it's a guy not crossing his, crossing his T's, dotting his I's.
Let me ask you a question. Just how can you lowball a motherfucker who ain't never really made no money?
That's what I'm saying. That's the wrong choice. It's a poor choice of words, bro. It's just a very poor choice of words, and it's a tough sell for the people that's offering you the money when they know it's 4 times as much as you've ever made. It's tough time selling somebody that we lowballing you. It's like you got some audacity because you and I'm glad you put your foot in your mouth because you said, yeah, he had titles at 26 and 30, but he ain't did shit at 35, and neither have you, and you've been there longer. So what does that say about you, buddy? See what I'm saying? You put your foot in your mouth, so you kind of killed your argument, and it is what it is. I still look at them the same way, but you're not going to spin that situation to make me think it was one guy's fault versus yours. Ultimately, you was the captain of your ship, and you elected to say I'm cool because of money reasons, and you're entitled to that. But don't try to spin it like it's somebody else giving you chump change when you have nothing to back that off. But besides the obvious fact that it's 4 times as much as you ever made. And I just want to say this to you, Jonathan, real quick. If I was as much of a Devin Haney, like that was my absolute favorite fighter, right? Because I'm a realist, right? And I seen my absolute favorite fighter go in his most recent fight and have his closest fight with a guy, and that same guy, adversary of his, wanting to fight him, and he wants nothing to do with him, and he wants to fight my favorite fighter again. He'd rather get in the ring instead of and to mention, he just got a chance at undisputed because Devin Haney gave him the opportunity. It's not so much he deserved it. He gave him an opportunity, right? And he still fell short. So then how does boxing treat you? They turn around, they say, hey, you also have another opportunity to compete for a vacant title now, and it would have been your biggest payday. And you know what he said? Nah, I got unfinished business with Devin Haney. It went from that to I'm taking a break in boxing to, next year he's fighting Cambosis in the stadium fight. So just put that in perspective and be real with yourself. I'm saying this. He gave your guy the toughest fight of his life, and the dude you give the most slight, he wants nothing to do with him on no level. And he never gave you an impression that he was taking that fight. And look, he has no reason to say no to another title opportunity after losing undisputed. And that title opportunity came with your biggest bag. You would have think he would have got his biggest bag against undisputed in that fight, right? No, you was getting your biggest bag there and another opportunity for a title coming off a loss, but you said you was cool. I would look a little bit deeper into that situation. That's telling me something. And I ain't say that has nothing to do. That's not a knock on Dev. He handled business. Loma don't want shit to do with Shakur because he know what it is, bro. You sparred him and you know what it is. And I've heard what he had to speak on when he spoke about how good he is. He respect him enough where I know he's not taking back-to-back losses, because that to me would have been back-to-back losses. Dev beat him. I think Shakur would have beat him even more convincingly, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But we'll never know now, man. And I'm pissed off at that. That's why I'm really back here, man. I'd be mad because Loma said no. I could have swore we was getting.
Why would you be mad though?
Man,
it's the same logic that was using.
I wanted to measure stick just to talk some trash.
But it's the same logic. People was mad at Tim Bradley said he's not gonna fight Keith Thurman. Why you think he wasn't gonna fight Keith Thurman? Nigga, I'm 35 years old. I'm not fighting that dude. You crazy? No. I'm getting out of this motherfucker with my record the way it is. I'm not fighting no young ass 25-year-old.
Come on, he gonna keep doing this thing, y'all. But y'all not gonna tell me he know what it is with Shakur too. He know what it is.
And Loma saying the same thing. You want me to fight? You want me, Lomachenko, with my resume the way it is, the way it's looking for me right now. Just lost to the undisputed. Go fight this young, hungry 25. Man, I'm not fighting that dude.
I know.
No, how? I'm not fighting that young dude.
And I wasn't trying to think that far.
I'm not fighting that young dude. That dude is 25. I'm not fighting him. I was
being selfish, bro. I wanted to fight. I'm like, I'm cool with him and Dev not fighting. I didn't think it was time for that anyway. Like, it was too much like right if that fight would happen right now. So just off that feeling alone, I knew that wasn't happening. I was cool with the situation ending and being put to bed. But when we got the Loma, I was like, damn, more life. More life. We got a good one. Hell no.
You're not fighting that dude. That dude is too young and too good. I'm not fighting no young good dude. I couldn't beat that ass young good dude. I'm not fighting this one. He better than the other one.
Y'all be having me crying, bro. He trying to get him a win. Yeah, he trying to get him
a win. It's only logical. Look through the history of boxing. Muhammad Ali decided he wanted to be benevolent and get his young dude coming out the motherfucking Olympics with a gold medal or shot. What happened?
Was like, nah, bro, I think this is y'all not about to round robin me. That was about to happen. He was about to take an L. I'm convinced he would have got beat up, man. But whatever. I still would have been a good fight though, because I think Loma, even he would have
fought. Yeah, he would have fought. He would have proved himself. He would have held his own, but he would have lost. Shakur's too young and too good.
He's not as crisp and as elusive as I think as he once was. Like, in the reaction time and speed, just a tick or two, not where it used to be to me. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think he's as sharp as he used to be. And 35 is always, I think, been too much for him. I think so. JERMELL Herring Gonzalez.
Yeah, he's always been a small guy for 35 anyway. So
he beat the hell out of Conceição too. He went to the hospital, but people were saying because he was dehydrated. I was crying. I was at that fight. I'm gonna tell you right now, he was picking him up, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that was putting punches. That wasn't no dehydration. That's on them punches he ate.
They replaying on the monitor. I'm looking up. I'm like, yo, he hitting this dude clean. I'm like, the doctors keep checking him between rounds. I'm like, is he good? I was thinking they were gonna stop it. He was touching him up, man. I remember he felt
like punches he ate, man. You can't keep eating clean shots, man. He was eating clean shots, not grazing shots. He was eating clean shots.
Man, I'm like, man, but I tell you what, I seen it. I heard a difference in the punching power from 30 to 35. Valdez Loma would be correct. Tay D, what's good with it? Yeah, facts. You already know. Tay D, talk to him. Bole, what it do, homie?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I was waiting. I got like a little window where I could talk, so I was listening. You know, I'm itching sometimes.
You got it.
I was itching, waiting for this good boxing. We finally got a decent card, so I was excited. So I was gonna say, man, I hate backtracking, and we keep running over the same dead cat on the road with this.
That's all
with the Frank Martin thing, right. But like, I just want to give you like, I'm gonna just help you understand how I think about stuff, because like I'm not quick to condemn people when I hear something. Right. Like I like to think it through. Mm-hmm. So like it's a simple situation. Like you could say, like, it's just like this, Just. Like you say, if I say, okay, Just, I'm gonna give you $1 million. You're gonna get $1 million to fight Shakur, right? But then you get the contract, and then you see what Shakur's making, right? You see the whole pot. You see, they probably told him he's making $1 million.
Okay, watch.
Which is right. You make it. No, what I'm saying, it's not about pocket watching. You're seeing. Yeah, you're seeing the whole pot. Yeah, you're seeing the whole pot.
I get it. I really get it.
Yeah,
I really do.
Now you're seeing the money that's available.
That's why I guess my stance is still, I always understand both sides, but if I'm forced to blame somebody, I feel like I can't blame Shakur. But at the same time, that's if I'm forced. I don't blame either guy. You get what I'm saying? He can't be responsible for Frank Martin get paid. He secure his bag. The hell
I don't blame either guy.
Purse for it. Don't worry about what he get paid.
Yeah, that's big facts. I really don't blame either guy. I mean, I get it. You know, like I said, you're gonna do a job. You can't compare it to the everyday man, because the everyday man, when they go and accept a salary for their job, they're not looking at the whole. Unless you're like the manager who's eventually going to be running the budget, you're not looking at the whole budget. Let's say if you're a hotel employee, you don't know what the operating. There's a good chance if you're just a valet, you don't know what the operating budget of the hotel is.
Right. Nah, real talk. It just was like, it's crazy. Me, like, I just really be wanting people to understand something with me when I'm here, yo. I don't give a damn who I tell y'all my favorite fighter is. If it's ever a situation, a clear-cut situation where he is clearly the issue or it's his fault, I have no problem saying that. I'm not no fan of nobody in that way, yo. That's crazy. I'm not doing that. I don't know these dudes personally. I'm not going out on a limb for no fighter like that. So again, I don't like the blame game too much. Like, I just don't do the right. In situations like this, right? For me, being on the outside in my position, I would want as much information and knowledge on this situation as possible. And however it turns out, like whatever the accurate information is, that's what it is. I don't want to create my information. I want the right shit, so that's what we can speak on. If the right information ends up holding Shakur to the flame, then that's so be it. That's not what I'm not here try to make him not look like something. Like he gonna do that in the ring. Like that's what I keep telling people. That's what I vouch for. I don't try to. I don't know. I'm not that type of fan. I'm not vouching for every little thing he say and do, bro. Yeah. Like I'm not no super fan like that, bro. I
100%.
Feels that, but I ain't about.
He said that the valet doesn't really know the operating budget of the whole hotel. Am I right?
Yeah, no, I'm comparing. I'm just using your analogy. I'm using your analogy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't know. You don't know what the whole operating budget.
Right, but what I'm saying to that point is, as the talent, you just a fighter. You're not putting up no money for the venue. You ain't putting up no money for nothing. You just come in and collect a check and do your job. So as the fighter, you don't need to know what the operating budget is. That's outside of your purview. You don't know nothing about that.
But as an equal sitting in, if you're sitting in and you're fighting a guy, and you're gonna know what your opponent is making, right? And if you see that the pot is holding $8 million and you're only getting one. Yeah, you might have been cool with the one at face value, but when the pot is $8 million, then shit changes.
Yeah, but you ain't deserved none of that because you ain't never made more than $250,000. So
I'm just saying,
this is 4 times what you've ever made.
Hey, Shelton, I'm not trying to tell you that's what it was. I'm just trying to think. I'm just thinking through it, bro. That might not have been the case. I'm just saying it could be, right? Like I'm saying, I'm giving the man the benefit of the doubt. That's what I'm saying. I'm not counting him away.
I got you.
That's where I'm coming from.
I ain't mad at nothing y'all saying. The only issue why I can't go there with what you're saying, bro, is at the end of the day, if that's how Frank felt, if he had agreed and he saw the pot and he like, damn, bro, y'all paying him this and I'm only getting that. Nah, bro, I need more. Then he is well within his rights based on the rules of the WBC.
Oh, hold on, he ain't say he need a little more. He said he need a little
whatever it is. But what I'm saying is when they fighting for a vacant like that, y'all, it's 50-50 in the first bid. So he could have said, look, WBC, him and his team, they could have said, look, bro, the money not right. We thought we had an agreement. We don't have an agreement now. Let's go ahead and take this shit to purse bid. And he could have did that. Where he fucked up at is he pulled all the way out of the negotiations. And that's where people are looking at him with a side eye, because if the money ain't right and all you asked for was a little extra or whatever you want to say it was, bro, all you had to do is say, you know what, WBC, we thought we had a deal. We don't got it no more. Take this shit to purse bid. Go ahead and order the purse bid. And they would have did that shit. But he pulled all the way out, bro.
I blame Coppinger, and I blame people who believe Coppinger, because they were, and not just Coppinger, because he wasn't the only one actually to report it. So I'm not just gonna put it on his shoulder, but they put that stuff out early. It wasn't 100% agreed to. They do this stuff all the time, and I know people need content. And look, I'm interested in the information as much as everybody, but after a certain amount of times that a man or certain individuals give you unreliable information, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to wait for everything else to come out. And they never give us the total story. We always have to make inferences. This is nothing new. They're forcing us to think, Judge. They force us to think.
But then he goes on and does an interview. But then he goes on and does an interview and says, we talked about everything but the money. Now you asking me to believe a whole lot. Because I don't believe that Tom Brown, who's been doing this for a minute,
I'll be back here laughing.
Would talk to you about a fight and not tell you how much he's getting paid. I just don't believe.
I hear sensible people. It's so refreshing. It's just a load off my mind, like, cause I know I ain't crazy. Ain't no way we all crazy up here, bro.
Yeah, like that's why I said I heard exactly what you said, and what you're saying actually it makes sense. But in this case, it does make sense that he would have been given the number first. Like, you're gonna make this amount, and he's like, cool, I'll take that amount. But when you see that full amount and you see Shakur's side, like he said, he was talking and he was like, I need a little something. He also said that. So you can't just take one little thing. You have to take everything. He said, I needed more. So he's telling you that he needs more. What the other side is like, we're not giving you more. They could have given him whatever he was asking. I don't know how much Shakur is making. I don't recall hearing that. And I'm not sure exactly how much he's making, but obviously he wasn't happy with it. And he let that be known. I can't fault that. Like to me, what I question is where KO and I came to a discrepancy is I can't toss the man aside because I don't believe he's a liar. He didn't show me to be a liar, and he came out straight up and said it.
Man,
well, I ain't saying he lying or none of that. All I'm saying is forget what Mike Carpenter, forget what Mike Carpenter said, because Mike Carpenter do be capping. I agree on that point. But the WBC said that they can, like the WBC said they came to an agreement. The WBC called off the purse bid. It ain't got shit to do with Mike Carpenter, bro. And if he didn't, and again, if what Frank's saying is true, bro, if he didn't like the money, since the fight was ordered on August 26th, he could have went right back to them and said, "Say, bro, I still want my title shot." He ain't playing with the money. We ain't got an agreement no more. Go ahead and order that motherfucking purse bid. And then Tom Brown could have won that motherfucker and paid Frank whatever he thought Frank was worth. But they didn't do that. They pulled all the way out. And Edwin De Los Santos, who is also ran by the PBC, still right the fuck in, bro. That's also killing him.
Remember what I told you? Remember when we had that discussion? It was heated, and there was a lot of stuff that was said. But one of my points was, I said, this is where, we can't always get drawn in by a narrative that other people are pushing. I said, when have you ever seen two fighters of this high value, because both guys have value and they have a name, fighting at this point, at this intersection? It didn't make sense.
You know what?
That's what I was saying. It didn't make sense. That. Don't fall for the narrative. They easily could have.
The opportunity was really there. So it's hard for me to feel like it couldn't have happened. Like, and all this dude had to do was be cool with what you initially agreed to. I feel like it's crazy to then wait until you see what somebody else is getting and be like, oh, yeah, well, you know what? You're paying him. To me, that sounds bogus. That's why they give you the money, bro. I need a little
impossible, bro. Now, KO, what I was saying is my final point, just to finish it really quick, is what I'm saying is, you're right. Both sides easily could have renegotiated this, but they didn't. That's all I'm saying. Think about this stuff. Don't follow their rabbit, bro. The narrative is the rabbit. Don't follow that rabbit.
I ain't mad at nothing what you said, Bole. All I'm mad at, bro, is that y'all screwed the pooch and y'all should have beat the Eagles yesterday. Other than that, we good.
I told you Sam Howell is that guy. That's all you need to know. Sam Howell is that dude. He's coming.
Y'all fucked up, man.
Cowboy, don't worry. The Cowboys will get the finishing. Don't worry about that. Thanksgiving Day, the Cowboys will get the finishing. You asking for the horn? You asking for the bull? You gonna get the horn?
I hear you. We can get back.
We're talking about Sunday, KO. That Cowboy shit sound real good. We gonna see what y'all about Sunday.
Coming to Texas to cook some turkey.
Hey, Bowling, I'm gonna tell you and shit like this, man. I ain't mad at none. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I just had to do like Frank Moore, but I had to get a little extra.
That's a good game. We gonna see what the fuck they about Sunday. If they about what they say they about, they gonna prove the Sunday. They gonna prove the Sunday.
Cowboy fan, true and true. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care about the week. I want y'all to lose now.
Hey, this KO too.
You know how Eagles fans and how the NFL do the Cowboy, right? When the Eagles barely beat the Patriots 25-20 and shit. Oh man, a win is a win. A win is a win. All that matters is winning. Then we go out there and we run straight through them. Now all of a sudden, oh man, the Patriots trash. They ain't shit.
Cowboys are playing some cupcakes. Let's be real. We're about to find out this Sunday if they're for real. That's all I'm gonna say. They're for real. They're gonna show it.
This is the real stuff I'm gonna say.
That defense looked for real. I'll tell you that. Man.
Hey, B-Dog, you should have took the points, bro. I can't.
Can they score? Is the question.
I can't be mad at Washington.
Are they gonna be able to score? Because we know that we going in there score.
Them Cowboy teams that was built off of Herschel Walker, they were the business. They were the business. I hated them years. I hated them years because I felt like Randall Cunningham didn't have everything he needed to compete with Livy. But man, they were the business. I gotta give them.
I think
Thomas, you watched that game, right?
That's dope, cool, man.
Yeah,
Hey, Sam Howell's for real, isn't he?
Oh, he's the truth.
Yeah,
He's the truth.
I ain't saying he's the truth. He's for
I
real.
don't know. The Eagles defense is trash. So we need to see Sam Howell.
The Eagles defense are
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Their defense and their offense is like lacking identity right now. They have no identity out there. They're just willing off the talent alone right now. And that's only gonna go so far. But keep it real.
I saw your boy this morning, KO.
But the Commanders,
Dak looked like he pissed off, so maybe that's a good thing.
You say what, Sheldon? Say it again. What you say, OG?
I say I saw your boy Dak this morning on Undisputed. Maybe Dak is a little pissed off. That might be a good thing.
Now that's a horrible thing because if he pissed off, he might try to do too much. You need to calm your ass down and just play to the team, bro. You're not good enough to be all pissed off. He ain't good enough for that. He needs you, man. He's not trying to. Bro, we lost.
That's the thing with Dak. That's what I tell you, Cowboy fans, about Dak. Dak don't have to be good. Dak just has not. What Dak has to do is just not fuck it up. He ain't got to be good. Just don't fuck it up.
When you got a defense playing at a he just, like you said, I hate to say game manager because I think he's better than that, but I don't think he got to do too much, and he better not.
Bro, do what Trent Dilfer and fucking Joe Flacco did, bro. That's all I need you to do.
Manage the game.
The OG, all that. Phil Simms. Phil Simms wasn't gonna win it for you, but Phil Simms wasn't gonna fuck it up.
I don't want to hear no complaints. I want Dallas to love Dak, and I want New York to love Daniel Jones because we love both of y'all. Trust me, we love you guys. Hey, keep it there. We love you
y'all
guys.
Fucked up. Y'all should have never gave that motherfucker money.
That shit I take exception with, but I will
killing me over here, bro.
I will agree with you on our rivals, bro. That listen, man. I hope that the New York Times keep Daniel Jones for his entire career, bro. I will agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
We love you,
y'all
Dak and Daniel.
We gave Daniel Jones no money.
We love Dak and Daniel.
Bossy, what's good, bro?
Now, I don't know why you love Dak, because Dak is like 19-1 again.
Hey, I'm not worried. Those teams were not that good. Right now,
Dak got a hell of a record, man. He got a pretty solid record.
Dak is going to have a problem. Wait till he sees that D-line coming. Chase is healthy. Montez Sweat. Oh, he knows about Montez Sweat because they went to the same school. Cool, don't worry. Don't worry. You got Jonathan Allen in the middle, Deron Payne. Don't worry. It's coming. It's coming. You're going to have a good Thanksgiving, KO. Don't worry. A good Thanksgiving.
You got to be talking about
Washington. You better watch those other games, man. You're not gonna be happy with that Dallas-Washington game on Thanksgiving.
Look, all that interior shit you talking. We got Zach Martin and Tyler Smith, bro. We ain't borrowing none of that shit.
We worried about none of them.
We good on offensive line.
Terry's gonna torture whoever's out there.
KO, is he back? Is he back? Is Tyler Smith back?
No, not Tyron. Tyler, our second-year player. He nasty.
Oh, the Tyler guy. Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah. Tyler Smith is hurt.
Y'all got nobody for Dotson. You got nobody for Terry McLaurin. Don't worry.
Bro, Deron Bland might be better than Trayvon Diggs. Are you serious?
He's about to get torched blandly.
Well, he's
not gonna like it.
Deron Bland a baller,
bro. He's gonna have to pick his poison. Does he want it from Dotson or does he want it from McLaurin? You're not gonna like that match. Either one of those matchups are bad for you.
All I know is, other than that Arizona game, motherfuckers ain't getting more than 14 points. That's all I know.
Well, I know I'm pissed off because my team just fucked off a game Sunday. I was so mad. I damn near threw something at the TV.
Even the Giants beat Arizona.
You know what's fun about football to me?
I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
And I mastered the art of not being emotional no matter what. It could be. I just learned this. It took a lot of stress, but I just figured it out. It don't even bother. It could be 40 to 9.
That motherfucking rookie.
My whole family know if the Cowboy lose on Sunday, I ain't shit for the rest of the day. So how did you?
That motherfucking rookie, y'all. That motherfucker be like first down.
Like you were
first down on the 10-yard line, going in the tie the mother. And this motherfucking rookie throws an out route. Don't even look at the safety.
Just do when we lost to the Cardinals, bro. We were supposed to go to dinner. I'm supposed to go. We supposed to chill, bro. I was in bed by 8 p.m., bro.
Man, ain't nothing worse been watching Sunday Night Football. You had to wait all day to watch the team. They lose, and then you talking about Monday the next month. What work? What work? What job? What job? Go to work?
You ain't going, Justin?
They get beat. I get tired. I get sleepy. Right? So now
it's super tough for Cowboys.
It don't happen to me. My man will call me. They'll be like, "Man, the Cowboys, they this, they that." Man, I'm gonna just take a nap. Man, I'll be crying, laughing. That used to be me, but now I figured it out, bro. I look. I salute stuff when I see something I like, but I just don't get too high or low. I figured it out, bro. I'll be over here. I'll get me one roll and I'll chill out. I'll be like, nah, y'all not gonna stress me, bro. My whole head.
Just thank God you're a rational Cowboys fan. Thank God you're a rational Cowboys fan. I have Cowboys fans where I live in Florida, dude, and they're very unrealistic. They think they can win the Super Bowl every year.
We are gonna win the Super Bowl. We don't like you either.
You talking about
no. Stop thinking about the Super Bowl.
I got a partner, us, man.
They'll tell you in a heartbeat they winning the Super Bowl.
We had to do this a little bit.
Hey, let me help you out with this, man. How much of that
you better try just worry about winning Sunday first. Get past Sunday before you get talking Super Bowl talk.
No. My generation of Cowboys fans, anybody younger than 30, thinks that like every year they get hyped up off the offseason, not paying attention. They get so hyped up in the offseason, then when they don't make the playoffs or the coach does something stupid, they call for the coach's head like 3 weeks into the season or something like that.
Yep, we got high expectations. You damn right.
And I don't think it's just the off season. I think it's the talent as well.
I heard you slip up and say we. You ain't on our side. Don't slip up and say we no more.
Mm-hmm. I heard you too,
I'm saying that I'm not a Cowboys fan. I'm a Dolphins fan. I can deal with you guys because you guys are realistic. My generation.
The Dolphins always fade away by mid-year. By game 10, the Dolphins will be done. That's what they always do every year anyway. We're familiar with the Dolphins too. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You're not saying
no. What I'm saying is, I can talk to older generation of Cowboys fans like you guys.
Quarterback some milk, bro. What is that, man?
Yeah, I wanted Herb. I hated when we drafted Tua. It was a mistake.
Out there trying to scramble. Somebody gonna break his little ass.
Oh shit!
I like him though.
I'm not the biggest pro fan.
Tua leading the league right now in passer rating. So. That's
the Dolphins do this every year. They come out all strong and then they fade away.
Their front office was trash.
Let's let him get hurt first, y'all. Let's let him get hurt first because right now he's leading the league in passer rating. So hey, he doing something over there.
All them years they couldn't even protect Tua. The O-line was trash. The medical team was trash. Everything was bad.
But they got humbled on Sunday. They did get humbled on Sunday.
The area of our team that knows how to deal with the media would post videos of him throwing balls like 60 yards every practice and made the fans believe that he had a gun for an arm all the time.
As an Alabama fan, I can tell you he actually does.
Tua got a gun.
Miami never really had an offensive line. This is the best offensive line he done had since he's been there.
As a University of Colorado football fan for the past 5 months, yes, I'm a bandwagon fan. I would like.
I'm a bandwagon. I'm on the bandwagon too. You ain't alone. I'm right there next to you.
You sure right. Teams should do all the way.
They should do it tonight.
I can't wait till like a year from now. 2 years from now when he starts stealing out everybody recruits and shit.
What did he say?
Honestly, I don't think Deion lasts in college. I think he goes to a bigger program than Colorado, to be honest.
What did he say?
He's right where he need to be.
He said, y'all better beat me now. He said, beat me now.
Hey, as an SC fan, that moment happened in that game yesterday. When he played all them freshmen and they went out there and showed out, oh, people coming. Trust me on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said, like he said, get me now. Beat me now. Because the next couple of years is going to be up.
He needs to hire an offensive line coach, like a big, like.
Nah, they just got to get the players.
No, he needs some offensive line men, Tony. He doesn't have offensive linemen. He got to get some.
He's going to get some. kid Carmani McClain, and then when Travis Hunter come back, and then the receivers they got, they set, and then they good, like they good. You get them.
Shador's leaving after this season, I think.
Nah,
Shador's not going nowhere. His daddy already told him you ain't leaving.
One more year,
I ain't gonna lie to you. I wouldn't damn leave him. Much as he been getting hit this year.
And you know he gonna go to the Cowboys too. You know it too.
You gotta understand a young man like that. Number one, he already rich. Number two, he getting them NIL deals, and he got the time to actually develop. So when he gets to the league, he be ready. He ain't got to rush to go get mom and daddy out the hood and shit, bro. So he can wait. He's already rich, bro. He can chill, and he can actually come out as the first pick instead of because Caleb Williams got that shit sold up. He got that shit all the way sold up. That boy nice. So
hey, look here. That motherfucker Caleb Williams, that boy the truth, man. He's for real.
With Caleb, like to me, everybody's comparing him to Donovan McNabb.
He still be putting out.
Bro, he be having like 10, 15 seconds to throw the ball.
Nah, that boy good, boy. That arm, if you see the way that ball lead that boy on, that boy good.
Hey, that's
the guy that they don't talk about is Michael Penix.
Like he should have. Shit, he got an offensive line.
Shelton, they talk about Caleb Williams in that conference.
I'm not watching all that.
They talk about Caleb Williams all the time in the Pac-12, but the guy they need to be watching out for is Michael Penix.
50T.
Penix? Yeah, Penix is decent. He good. We'll see what they're about, though. Washington about to get to the meat of the season. We'll see what they're about.
That's all right. Trey Lance, in the next 5 years, Trey Lance going to be the best quarterback in the NFL.
I ain't gonna cut that out, bro.
Cut that out. Cut that out. KL, cut that out. Next 5 years, Dak will still be running y'all team.
I'll be sad to the motherfucker. I'll be so sad.
Yo, when we gonna get a quarterback that everybody believes in as a whole? Yeah, I don't remember the last time people like
you guys can't like the
fans.
When Jerry Jones died. When Jerry Jones died, because as long as Jerry Jones is there, that gonna be there.
Nah, but listen, this shit might sound crazy, but I wish, as a Cowboy fan, bro, I wish we could switch eras. I wish somehow Dak would have had the teams that Tony had, and Tony would have had one of these teams that Dak got, bro. I think we'd have been straight, bro. I think if you would have gave Tony Romo this defense, bro, with Dan Quinn in it, man, say.
Not to give him an out. I always said this. I felt like he got a bad rap. I felt like that dude Romo could make every play you would need a quarterback to make, but he had to make every fucking play, every single game. It seemed like he couldn't make a mistake, or the game would possibly be over.
Yeah, because the only motherfucker you had on defense was DeMarcus Ware. That's all you had,
like that, bro. When they ain't pay him, man, I'm still
and Roy Williams,
bro. I'm still healing. Dallas is bogus, bro.
Roy Williams can hit. Roy Williams was a hitter, but he couldn't cover for shit. He couldn't cover for shit.
We done led the league in college turnovers the last 2 years in a row. You give Tony Romo extra possessions and let him have leads in the defense, score points and shit, and see what happens, bro.
Tony Romo used to always give the game away, bro.
That's because it was always
he had to win all of them, bro.
Yeah, the same game, and you're right though, Bole. Yeah, Bole, the same game he gave away, he be the only reason that we was in that motherfucker.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like
at least you guys didn't have a comedy of errors in Eli Manning as your quarterback. Eli was a comedy of errors, man.
Like Josh, you remember
Eli got 2 Super Bowls. How many Tony got?
Game with Tony Romo. You know exactly which one I'm talking about, probably.
Him and Peyton.
Yeah, with Peyton Manning. We so pissed off because he caught the game at the end. But we wouldn't even had an opportunity to be pissed off if he didn't play so good for 3.5 quarters, bro.
But you know what? I was enjoying a little back and forth shootout, but in the middle of it, I caught myself and I said, damn, I think I'm falling for it. I said, you know what? This is cool, but we're gonna lose because we're playing their game essentially. And what happened? He threw 1 interception and that cost us, and we lost by 3 points. I think the score was 48-51. But this follow me. Score 48 points a year, every game, just hypothetically for a season. That 48 points is good enough to beat damn near any team on any given Sunday. But let it be the Dallas Cowboys some kind of way. Somehow, not enough to win the game.
Dak Prescott fucked up Dez Bryant's career. I don't care what y'all tell me.
Hey, KO, what do you think of Kirk Cousins? What do you think of Kirk Cousins?
I miss him.
I know you miss him. Just like I'm telling you right now, I love Daniel Jones and I love Dak Prescott. May they stay with their teams for a long time.
Y'all never win,
Eagles,
bro.
I'd be very happy. I'm worried about
Why do you love somebody that you never finish ahead of his team? Why do you like him? You never finish ahead of us, bro. Never.
Huh?
The Washington team
whether Washington never finished ahead of Dallas.
Why would you like somebody that's
for your team? He's always going to pull you back. So I'm glad that he's there. Same thing with Daniel Jones. They always pull the team back. Now the differing degrees.
He pulls us back, but we still be in front of y'all.
That has nothing to do with Washington. That has nothing to do with Washington. If you understand what I'm saying.
So basically, y'all so bad that
we still have a chance. We still have a chance now. Like what?
Yeah. Well, that's about right.
What I'm telling you is, I know that you're not going to go. You're not going where you think you're going with him. That much I know.
I have a question. I thought the period of time when they had that great defense in Washington with Sean Taylor and LeVar Arrington, I thought there was a few times there that they finished ahead of the Cowboys.
There was some times, but I mean, look, KO's not wrong. What KO's saying is not wrong. There aren't that many good.
I'm bringing up old stuff.
From the last Super Bowl to now, there aren't that many
ahead of you guys.
There aren't that many signature Washington moments. I know that.
Oh, man.
But still, it's the same thing with Dallas. To a different degree. Dallas has been a little bit better to a degree. They still haven't gone to where they want to be, and Washington hasn't gone where they want to go. And I know that. But I'm telling you that Dak is not I'm giving you free game. Jerry Jones is keeping you on the line by making you believe that your team has a chance. He's keeping you on the line really well.
And Sam Howell is your quarterback. I'm comfortable.
You're not. This is his first. This is only like his fourth or fifth game starting, and he's eating well. Like he had a bad game against the Bills, but so did the Dolphins with a more experienced quarterback.
So, 6-11 and shit.
He said it's all bad in the metal lanes.
It's coming. Hey, he's coming. Don't worry. You're gonna find out. I'm glad they gave Washington the best games with Dallas. They gave him the Thanksgiving Day, and they gave him the last day of the season. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, so
you
know what? Y'all might win. Y'all might win the last game of the season. So we're gonna rest our starters because we're gonna already be in the playoffs.
What do you guys think the score is gonna be for the Dolphins versus Cowboys game on Christmas Eve?
What'd you say?
Oh, you got a lot of smoke in this chat. Oh man, you're not gonna like it too much.
Anthony?
What do you got? Do you think it's gonna be a blowout, or do you guys think it's gonna be a close game on Christmas Eve versus the Dolphins?
We're gonna wash y'all.
Hey, who remembers the Leon Lett game versus the Dolphins on Thanksgiving when it was snowing in Dallas?
What type of Cowboy thing y'all say just do is that y'all opposite?
You bringing up old stuff?
I'm the opposite of that.
Hey, I got all that old school stuff in my head because I remember it, man. That was a big F up. But on the other end of that, that's when the Cowboys were actually really good.
So the one that hurt me that was more recent than that was the fumble that Tony Romo had. Like you see how my man get a bad rep. See how he had no business in there in the first place. But I want to put that man in messed up positions and try to have that man.
Was that DeMarco Murray or Fred?
Man, blew the
Was that DeMarco or Fred? That was your running back then.
Who?
With Tony Romo, was that still the time period when Emmett was still on the team, or was that already with DeMarco?
Emmett was not. DeMarco Murray.
Emmett was long gone.
Did he have Marion Barber too? Marion there with him? That's sad how he turned out, man.
Marion Barber was back when Quincy Carter was the quarterback.
He had Marion Barber. He had Julius Jones. He had DeMarco Murray. He had a few running backs.
Had a few of them. Then he had Julius Jones too.
Yeah,
hold on, wasn't Marion Barber with
his name? What I got it mixed up, bro. His name it was Felix Jones out of Arkansas.
Felix Jones. Nah, but we had a Julius Jones too.
Yeah, out of Notre Dame, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It was nice. DeMarco, we ran him into the ground, sent him on his way. It's like we did.
Man had 392 carries.
Man, Jerry Jones is keeping you guys on the hook so he can keep selling those seats, man. That stadium is expensive. He's keeping you guys on the line. All he has to do is keep that team somewhat competitive. Y'all gonna keep buying those seats. Y'all win the Super Bowl and then they fall in the toilet, then you're not gonna buy them seats no more. I'm giving you the real talk. That's what it is.
We're gonna buy
them. Keep your ass on the line.
I think Steven takes over the team when his father dies.
Of course, they ain't
it's not going to make a difference. You think he doesn't have the same philosophy as his dad? Come on now.
Evil lives forever.
They're trying to make their money. They're not worried about winning. They're winning.
And guess what? Steven and the other sons did. They made sure they got sons too. Guess what their sons gonna do? They gonna make sure they
keep coming back.
They gonna pass that shit down, boy. That shit,
Y'all are gonna keep coming back like some fiends, man. The Cowboys gonna win it this year.
That team makes the most. You know what, Bole? I think that's every team, though. Every year, everybody want to believe that they could go. You know what I mean? Especially if you start out hot. You like, this might be our year.
Just, I'm not lying to you, bro. Do you know, like, it got so bad in this city. Like, everybody, like, people were buying tickets, but everybody was like selling the tickets to other teams' fans. And like, you know, because this is a very transient area and people come to visit, you know, like they're coming in and invading the stadium, but then the ticket, they were hurting on the ticket. So they had to make the team better. They had to change the ownership. Okay. So now the team is actually looking like an actual team. I'm being real with you.
But Bole, you should say that. Dolphin, that's what the Miami Dolphins fan base suffers from too. We have a lot of transients from up north, from New York, Boston, and Washington and stuff like that.
Yeah. But I mean, but the difference is like, you know, here is like it's just been too much losing. Okay, let's be real. Like at least Dallas.
Have you seen Dolphins? Have you seen the Dolphins the past 20 years?
Yeah, but the Dolphins have been kind of mid for a while. Like when they had Marino, they were like mid grade. You know what I mean? They were mid grade, and then like they were
gonna call them mid. I swear.
Wait a minute. With Marino, you're saying we were mid grade?
Yeah,
are you crazy?
It was the same thing. Yeah, it was mid. You guys weren't gonna win nothing. Everybody knew that. Come on now.
2023.
Marino was really good, but the team was mad. The team was mad. Marino was really good. The team was mad.
Really good.
I knew it. Are you crazy?
Wait, Bole, are you crazy?
Y'all had Ricky Williams when he first came from the Saints and shit. I used to like.
And the team was mid back then too when they had Ricky Williams.
Yeah, we had a horrible quarterback and freaking Jay Fiedler. That's what it was. I wish we had Tony Romo back then.
Tony was nice. Tony was one of the best undrafted quarterbacks you ever seen, man. Give that put some respect on his name. Before I get a copyright and play the highlight tape. Don't make me run his highlight tape.
Did Aaron have a good record against you guys?
If you're not a fan of the 49ers, the Steelers, the Packers, or the Patriots, I don't even feel like you should be allowed to talk noise to a Cowboys fan, to be honest with you.
And on top of that,
man, stop. What did the Cowboys accomplish in the last how many years, bro?
I just feel like they're saying more about other teams that they couldn't catch up.
The biggest accomplishment they had was building that stadium, bro. That was their accomplishment, was building that big stadium. That's the attraction.
Damn, you know what I mean? Level of disrespect on this panel, man. Like, what's that?
I respect the Cowboys. I respect the Cowboys.
My boy just go, Dad, you just go, the stadium is nice. You got to admit, you can't.
It's that stadium. He's got to pay out that stadium. If Shador is that dude, the Cowboys ain't getting him. I'm telling you that right now. You can forget that. That is a dream.
I'm always realistic, though. I like to joke and laugh about it. Like I said, I just managed, not being pissed off when they lose. Like I just figured out.
That's what I'm saying. Just you and KO are the most.
If you can't put your Super Bowls on 5 of your fingers, you don't get to talk noise anymore. I'm ignoring y'all. If you got anything less than 5, you don't get to talk to me, bro. I'm done talking.
Tell him, KO.
Did you even watch the last Super Bowl the Cowboys won live?
Yeah.
Did you watch it live? You were probably in the crib when you watched that.
No, I was not.
You were watching from your high chair. You were. I was. At least I was a teen. I remember it. Like
no, I was exactly 11 years old.
Like I remember watching Neil O'Donnell throw them interceptions. Come on, man, don't do that.
11 years old.
Nah, boo.
We seen him. Yeah, just do football.
I remember the time that we rock out with some the 2 times that we dominated when I was 8, 9 years old, bro. I was
y'all gotta blame KO. He did it, so I had to oblige him because we share the same team. So I rock with it. No, we
I can say KO. And
you know the funny part, you guys say.
I don't just live in Dallas. I was born and raised here, bro. The only time I left was to get my degree and then come back.
KO.
Now the only thing is, Bole, I'm from Jersey, but I don't like no Jets or no Giants, bro. They can at all. Like I never liked a different team. I never switched teams.
And KO, the difference between like
I grew up.
Your franchise has been around like. The Cowboys.
Yeah, it's all good.
The Cowboys. I understand why you say no fan base that has more than 4 5 Super Bowls shouldn't be talking to you.
He said like
less than 5 Super Bowls, but the Dolphins the Cowboys have been around longer than the Dolphins. Let's be honest. You guys have been in the league longer than us. You're one of probably the original teams of the NFL.
At the end of the day.
The Super Bowl era didn't start till 1967. No, I'm not hearing that. I ain't say NFL championship back from the 1800s in the early 1900s. I said Super Bowl. The Super Bowl era started 1967.
You have to
Y'all been around the whole time.
I'm
not trying to hear that.
Yeah, the Dolphins did win the Super Bowl in 72. They won in 72.
We won 2 Super Bowls back-to-back years. What are you talking about?
In fact, they beat Washington.
72.
They beat Washington.
I wasn't nowhere around then.
That was a Super Bowl. I wasn't alive for that one, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, man, I wasn't around.
I know the history, but I wasn't alive for that one.
But what I'm saying, with the Dolphins specifically, we could have had more Super Bowls, but we had to deal with the Steelers and the freaking Cowboys. Not the Cowboys. Who was the teams that were dominating the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I never made it far enough to deal with us, so I don't know what you're talking about dealing with us. But go ahead.
Yeah, he said somebody else. KO was cooking. Yeah, man, KO had to take over the last half hour. We had to rock out.
Yeah, this the KO hour, man.
You know what I'm saying?
The KO hour.
He said, "Hey, man,
KO, are you a Lakers fan now? Are you a Lakers fan too?"
Maybe.
We're trying to help you out. We're trying to give you the medicine so you can get off that delusion.
You might be right, but I'm gonna take my delusion to my grave, and I don't care who likes it.
The Lakers right up my alley, Anthony. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, I'm asking, KO, are you a Lakers fan and a Cowboys fan?
We don't win a Super Bowl before I die. My gravestone gonna say, did we win yet?
Bud versus Charlo 50-50. You know what, Guts? I go as far as to say Bud beats Charlo after what I seen.
Yeah, I can't call Charlo 50-50 with nobody.
I'm so like turned off by it that I'm just not like I know he's still that guy because he's shown me he was that guy more times than not. But after this performance, and then the stuff that he said, it threw me off. So now I don't question if he's still alive. I know some people got the jokes for him, right? I'm not questioning that because I don't like to tear into the fighters, but I question how hungry he is. And that's real. I really want to see from this point on, bro, how hungry you are because you just sold this fight as like an undisputed, daring to be great legacy about the culture for the Lions only, for the culture they hating on, and then you went in there for 10 minutes, turned around, got in a post fight, and said, "The hell with legacy is about money." You bogus. I can't believe that just caught me off guard. I didn't expect that energy.
And just for me, when it comes to the Charlo brothers, I think Canelo's style is just in general a bad matchup for them. I think it's the same. I think it's the same outcome for Jermell.
Hey, let's just catch his super chat. It's a great one. Let him catch.
Oh my God!
Make sure you read. Make sure you read it. Make sure you read it.
That's not fair, man.
Breaking news: Bill Haney won a Nobel Prize for his achievements in capology. Bill Haney had to be working creating a school for mentally. I can't say that. The Haney Code has made the world a lot better. Yeah,
oh
man.
My God.
Now, the only real quick, while we on that, real quick, salute to my bro, Big Dog Willie, man. I appreciate you. The only issue
that was a good one.
It's for I don't know how many Devin Haney, like for the people that's their favorite fighter. I just want some understanding as to why people create all this imaginary hate surrounded around this dude. When in fact, if you listen to people that's talking, they support the guy more heavily than y'all think. This is my honest opinion. I don't know how everybody else look at boxing. I enjoy the sport, right? So if you show me that you're a fighter that's representing the sport at the highest level, I have an appreciation for that. There's no hate there.
I think the hatred for Devin is more about his father than him.
But where's all this hate this? And remember, we was talking about it, Floyd sabotaging and he hating on that. I'm just like, bro, this is draining to me. It make me don't even want to look on YouTube some days. I'm like, yo, again, everybody is hating on this dude, so no other fighter get hated on but him. He the only one that got to compete with somebody. It's only him. He the only fighter to get hated on. That's the weirdest energy ever, yo. When in fact, y'all listen and y'all allow other people to have an opinion outside of what y'all think, you will see how many people really support that dude. Because
Devin has a TO effect with his father. His father talks all that shit.
He ain't got nothing to hate on. He's winning. He participated in what I believe is his second 50-50 fight in a row. Like, even whether people feel like he's gonna win or not, I think that's a good fight. I respect it. You get what I'm saying? Like, keep going in that direction. There's nothing to hate if you really love boxing, right? So I rock with the dude because he provided me with fights that I feel like I watch.
No, I don't think the hate for Devin is actually Devin. It's more his dad, Bill.
Yeah, it's not. Nobody hates the dude. Like, I think that's weird. Like, I don't think as men you should hate none of these. I just can't. I don't know him to hate nobody, so I can't go that far into it.
I think Devin has the TO effect. They hate him because of his father, not him specifically.
And again, you got to think, if people stop being fans and put themselves in Bill Haney's shoes, I'm not saying you'll do everything his way, right? But all he's doing is being a father, bro. That's it. That's it. Trying to keep the highest of his son.
Let me say this real quick.
Name out there. It comes with some politician work as well. It comes with some capping, as the young kids call it, but it is what it is. If you understand what he's doing when you getting it, you don't take it to, you get what I'm saying? My issue is when people act like you can't call it out. If I hear somebody interview that man and they ask him a direct question, like, why did you pick Devin Haney, Regis Prograis for y'all first fight at 140, being that, is a dangerous puncher, this and that. And you start talking to me about George Kambosos, and when you're done speaking, you have not once answered the direct question. And I say you walking me down the block and you get what I'm saying? He a slick talker and you get mad. That's what I have a problem. Like, well, we can call it out accordingly. He's doing his job though, but I get it. It's gonna come with some fluff and some smoke and mirrors, unfortunately, because he be wearing a multiple hats. I think father, promoter, he be being all that sometimes when he talking about that. And I just don't. I think it's harmless, man. I think his intent is good, is what I'm saying, right? But I think in saying some of the stuff that he say, some people hang on to his every word, so it causes a lot of back and forth in comment sections when we talk about him. So I think that's where people feel like some of the hate comes from. But if you really listen to people are only telling you what they think about him. If that's hate, then he shouldn't box. You get what I'm saying? He shouldn't box because you can't. And
you know where the hate comes from? I think I don't think you guys. This happened a few months ago. Shakur and Devin and his father, Devin's father, Bill, Devin and Shakur were on a panel together, and they were people were asking them questions and stuff like that. I'm not sure if it was just a heat of the moment, and Bill got involved and said, "Keep my son's name out of your mouth. Don't call him out."
I know what you're talking about. Matter of fact, let me see. I usually keep these clips on standby. I think I deleted it though. I think I deleted
real quick,
it.
If you're gonna search for that clip,
I know he was talking about. I had it in here, but I deleted it. I ain't gonna play the other one to poke no fun at it. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, he know what it is. I'm gonna always say that man know what it is. When that footage came out, I know people don't like it, but I feel like what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You played a certain game and it played you back, and then you can't cry wolf when you say the same energy you put out bites you in the ass. If it's cool to send mug shots, release sparring footage, and other little bits of clips making it look like somebody quit after they was just beating you up and sparring, when that man is challenging you to drop the entire tape and you still cool with pushing the narrative, it tells me everything I need to know. And again, a lot of y'all question how much of a fan of him that y'all really are with all the fluff that y'all got surrounding him. If he is good, is what y'all say he is, then let it be that. You shouldn't get bent out of shape if somebody feel like Tank could knock his head in the front row. You shouldn't get bent out of shape if somebody feel like Shakur box his head off for 12 rounds. You shouldn't. You should be like, when they fight, you gonna see. You get what I'm saying? Which I think.
What's up, Justin? I want to say this real quick.
My bro.
What's up? I just want to say this. My issue with Bill is it's not just Bill, it's his fans and his cult following. They cap so much, and then they get mad at you when you say the slightest bit about him, like, oh, I think it'll be a fair fight. I think it'll be a 50-50 fight between Shakur and Devin. Oh, hell no. They just go off. Oh, they go off. Like you think he'll win. Like you say something like you just committed a murder.
Yeah.
I have a question for all three of you. Can you explain that weird ass score 117-111 scorecard for Jesus versus Erickson?
No,
I mean, really. I don't have to explain it, but I mean, the reality is like Lubin won that fight. All three, I had him winning that fight.
I don't think so, because when you look at, like, I watched the fight again. Jesus was dominating, like.
Jesus.
Explain this to me. When was the last time you can remember a fighter, a fighter's corner telling him to wake up because he's so down on the cards?
No, like, I get
that's
that.
What happened with Erickson.
Which round did he dominate? Which round did he dominate?
The only thing I can say, in my opinion, is just playing devil's advocate in terms of making a case for Lubin, right? I think maybe potentially what the judges could have seen, and this is just something my opinion, right? If you look at the fight, right, Lubin, what was the biggest problem with him in that fight? It was like inactivity, right, and just backing up to the ropes. Obviously, allowing Ramos to be successful in areas where he wouldn't have been if he was center ring. He did a lot better center ring. You get what I'm saying? But whatever Lubin's activity was, that pace he set, it remained exactly the same throughout the entire fight. Now, I hated it, but it's just something to think about, right? Now, that's just one part of it. He set a pace and he maintained whatever that was. I felt like he should have did more, right? But then you got a guy in Ramos who also had a pace that he set that was easy to kind of follow early while he still had that gas, in my opinion. And it's like, I don't know,
you think Hayes is tired out
because he's up rounds? Or
it wasn't just that.
I think he started feeling the pace of the fight, and he looked like he slowed down too. So I feel like took your foot off the gas. And in the judge's mind, think about it. You set a pace that you couldn't maintain. Now this other guy is, even though it was like a slow and steady type of pace, that's what was the same. Yours dropped significantly, and it leveled the playing field a lot more in Lubin's favor. And he said it in his own account. He wanted to show another dimension to his game and not just come forward. Well, that's cool, not just coming forward, but while you were doing that, you weren't being nowhere near as busy or as effective as you was when you was coming forward. And that was very easy to see and think. It was a 12-round fight, so you had championship rounds that, I know it's only one round, but that's the lasting impression. And I feel like that lasting impression wasn't a good one. It's where he kind of let the fight slip.
I had Jesus winning 8-4.
No way. Let me help you out where you're missing what you were missing in that fight. I can help you out in that fight, honestly. Look, Lubin was fighting. Lubin was fighting off the back foot. He was coming forward.
Good point,
his punches were landing forgive the term, but unmolested. Okay, it's just it was not even. There was no defense there. He was able to hit Ramos with whatever he wanted. Now, if you sat there and listened to the commentary, they just sat there and all they did was talk about Ramos. Lubin was hitting him with punches over and over. That left hand was unchecked all night long. That's why Ramos' eye looked like it was about to close.
Yeah, when you look at Ramos, when you look at that fight, I looked. It seems like I understand his eye was shut by the end of the fight, but when you look at Ramos, the way he was reacting, it felt like Lubin's punches weren't affecting him.
Because you were listening to the commentary, man. They were juicing that man up. They didn't say hardly anything positive about what Lubin was doing. Lubin was moving in and out beautifully. He was boxing. He was staying in range.
The jab was
nice, the jab was landing. Everything was landing. There was nothing that wasn't landing for Lubin.
Did it look like he confused Ramos a little bit? It made it seem like he gave him a reason to change tactics. Like, I just don't see no reason to change what wasn't broke. It was effective.
And here's the other thing. Here's the big thing that you're missing about when Ramos was throwing punches. Lubin was blocking a lot of those shots and parrying those shots. And if you're just sitting there falling in love with that, look, Ramos has the look, bro. He's got a square jaw, and he throws these big, meaty shots. He looks like the dude that eats that Campbell's chunky soup every night. You know what I mean? Like, he looks like that guy. I mean, Ramos
reminds me of the guy from Rocky IV. Rocky IV.
Yeah, he has the lumberjack look, and it's hard not not to look at that and be like, damn, he's throwing those big hooks. But a lot of those punches were getting blocked, and Lubin was hitting them with whatever he wanted. That's why. Did you see? Did Ramos sound like he was? Did Ramos sound like he was very offended by the outcome? He was like, well, I guess I gotta work on some stuff.
Right.
No, but what I'm asking, the female judge.
It was plausible.
I understand what you're saying, but that female judge's card was like very dramatic. I don't agree with 17-11 is very like.
Look, did y'all peep the reaction of his team?
112, but
did y'all peep his team reaction and their body language? They look like, and this is just my opinion of what I seen from this team after the decision was announced, and when they put the camera on them and you was able to see them, they had the faces of somebody that screwed up.
Yeah,
and they had the look of a face that somebody like, damn, we just let one slip, not like, yo, damn, we just got robbed. I don't care what they said after that. In that moment, for me, what I felt like I seen was guys looking like, damn, we let one get away. And the only thing I could come up with is
but
maybe
you understand what I'm saying. The card that last card should have been closer than it was actually. 117, 111 is very drastic.
Right. I think they might have instructed for that man not to, to do something differently or to not, to be safe and that you don't coast. You don't coast in no fight. I don't give a damn what they talking about. That safe shit. You see what happened when Oscar De La Hoya thought it was cool to coast? He lost.
Oh yeah, he got destroyed by Felix.
We want to see you fight. We paid to see you fight, not coast. Nah, seriously, bro. I just don't like that approach. To me, he lost because he fixed what wasn't broke. You was that effective early on. Why would you change tactics? Even if you thought another dimension, why? That's stupid. Another dimension for what? When the one you showing them is working.
Yeah, and I said this with after that fight, just after and Bole. I said after this fight, he had this like. I understand why people say he should have that young bull mentality, but I think the young bull mentality worked against him this fight. He thought he could just walk through Lubin like it was nothing, like he did with Joey Spencer.
I think so. I think
and
so.
Lubin boxed. Lubin boxed this fight. He changed his tactics.
See,
did you? Right.
See why when
did you remember? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, my bad. You see how you asked me that though? You see how you was asking me, do I think he's gonna run through Lubin like Spencer? And I was like, nah, I think it's gonna be a different fight. And this, and you see it,
right?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, when I rewatched the fight again, I'm like, I think Jesus, like, he thought he was so far ahead in the cards. That's why that's the line of thinking I had with him. Yeah. Like, I think he laid off because he thought he was so far ahead in the cards.
Yeah,
that Lubin wasn't going to catch up.
Remember this too. They actually showed the crowd Steve Farhood's score. Okay, so people, you can't get gassed off that. He is not a judge. He is an analyst for Showtime who judges the fight. Now he could be right, he could be wrong. Sometimes
Farhood is a retired judge,
but he's not a judge right now. I don't think he's a retired judge. Is he a retired judge? No, that was Letterman. Letterman was the retired judge. Farhood, I thought, was a journalist. Wasn't Farhood a journalist?
No, I think both him and Letterman were judges.
No. Letterman was a judge. Farhood, I believe, is a journalist. He's a commentator.
Yeah, Farhood a journalist. You're right, Bole.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm mixing Harold and Steve.
Let me give you
probably.
Let me give you some history. Let me give you some history behind Lubin too. When Lubin lost, when Lubin lost his fights, what happened to him?
Stoppages, right?
He got bloodied. He got battered. Did he get battered against Ramos?
Hell no. That's a good point.
No, he did not. That also is a psychology in the mind of the judges.
He was kind of clean. You right.
Come on, think about it. Yes.
Great point.
Yeah,
and again,
no, and I guess my fanboy, my fanboy part of my thinking
going into this fight. A lot of people was expecting Lubin to get knocked out, and it didn't happen, bro.
There you go. And he was taking those meaty hooks. All the Campbell soup and the meaty hooks, all the bone in the soup and the cartilage and all that stuff in there wasn't doing nothing. And Lubin came out looking clean. It's not
Bole, you know what's sad though? People are saying this kid is overrated now just because this loss.
No, he's not overrated. He's very good. He came in there against a very seasoned fighter.
Yeah.
Okay. He just didn't win more rounds. He fought a good fight. He just didn't win as many rounds.
And again, you could really chalk that up to like inexperience and unnecessary change of tactics. That was a matter of strategy, I think. Like again, in my opinion, if he would have been able to continuously, keep up with the pace that he set and fight him coming forward and kept pushing him to the ropes like he was doing, I think it's a different conversation today. But I think again, and the judges, it's easy. It was easy for me to see it. I was like, oh, is he tired? And I thought going into that, I was like, this dude got a hell of a gas tank. So I was like, Lubin can't get tired because this dude gonna be going. But no, dude got tired, I think. And I believe mentally Lubin presented a level of issue for this man and resistance enough, like where people are not giving it enough credit.
With Lubin, I think the issue with Lubin is people saw what JERMELL CHARLO did to Lubin, where he knocked him out with one punch. Remember when he hit him directly in the jaw and knocked him out?
Oh yeah, the CHARLO fight. I think that was all because of inexperience too. I think that just because you've seen him lose since then, but nothing close to that. Like nothing where you just got sparked out. I always felt like if you looked at his body going into that fight, he looked like an immature teenager. He like a teenager just hitting like a grown man. What was he, 21? He looked like it is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Ramos 20.
At the point of that fight with CHARLO,
you get what I'm saying?
He's the same age as Ramos. Him and Ramos are the same age at the same point.
Now, Ramos is dangerous, man. He is who he is. I just think he's gonna learn from this. And I'm telling you, with that skill set and that power and him being like a two-handed fighter, you know what I mean? I think he definitely can get better. He's 20. He's very good, man. Like
that's what I'm saying. He was that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Him and Lubin at the same time, at the same point, they were around the same age when they fought. When Lubin fought CHARLO, he was the same age as Ramos. When Ramos fought Lubin.
I think Lubin might have been 21 exactly when he fought CHARLO. Yeah. But I'm just looking at his body. His body looked like, to me, immature.
He still looked like he was growing into his power.
Yeah, it looked like he ain't acclimate yet to the weight class or something, and he got that shot, and I was happy for
Ramos him. Is just a naturally bigger guy. When you look at Ramos, I don't think his weight, he has wide shoulders. Like, when I look at Jesus, it's not that he's bigger in terms of, like, the midsection and stuff.
Nah, facts.
His shoulders are what makes him bigger than he actually looks. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, when you look at Jesus, it's more that his shoulders make him look bigger than he actually is. Like,
I think it's the way
when his frame fills out, he's going to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, I think it's his posture, man. Like, he kind of fight with a hunchback. Right. And you think, man, now just thinking about that, man, I know, Bola, you remember seeing Oscar De La Hoya fight in a similar posture.
Yeah, he did. Somewhat.
He got tired. He got tired. Something like, that tight. And I think, look at Jesus Ramos, how he fight with like a hunch to his back. I was looking at that and it stood out to me at first. And I ain't sit on it too long because I'm like, he's still being effective. But I'm like, would that tire you out at some point? Like, it seemed like an unnecessary, tiring posture to like position your body. Maybe he used to it, but he did get tired. And that's that other. I seen Oscar fighting a similar, like an awkward posture, and I remember them speaking on it, and I remember him slowing down in the fight. So again,
against Tito. Was this the fight against Tito you're talking about?
Where don't go for it? Yeah, that's bad instruction. Bad instruction. Don't
Terrible instruction.
But Bole, what I was asking you earlier when it comes to Lubin, when was the last time you can remember a fighter having his corner force him to wake up because he was so far down on the card?
No, he didn't say no. He told him just to pick up the pace. He was giving him instructions on what you need to do. He was just expressing the urgency with which Lubin should continue to fight. It doesn't mean that he thought that Lubin was down. He was just being aggressive in the way that he was speaking to him. He in no way did he say like like you're losing or you're not you're losing it or it doesn't even matter. Even if you think that's the case, it's the judges who are watching the fight. And the way that I'm explaining it to you, does it make sense? Clean and effective punching. If Lubin is known as a guy who's somewhat chinny, right? And he's getting hit with these punches, and are the punches effective? But yet he's mashing up every time, and at the same time Ramos has no defense. Those are parts of the scoring criteria, and he was losing those. Right? It's not about how many. It's not about the heavy volume. Like you can throw a heavy volume of punches, but if it's not doing anything, and like I told you, Lubin was moving. Did Ramos even when the announcers were telling you Lubin was on the ropes, he wasn't hanging on the ropes for a long time like Charlo was.
Yeah,
if Charlo fought the way Lubin fought, if Charlo fought the way Lubin fought, Charlo might have won his fight. Lubin had a good game plan. He really did.
I'm gonna say this. Lubin used the inexperience of a young kid in Ramos against him.
I just think it was bad instruction.
That's why we love that matchup. That's why we like the matchup. That's why we were excited. Not that that's why I like the matchup, is because Ramos was taking a hell of a chance, and so was Lubin, because he's in there with a really live guy. Like that guy can punch, and good things are still expected of Ramos. Ramos isn't overhyped. Who's overhyping him? Nobody's really talking about Ramos. Only the hardcore boxing fans are talking. The very hardcore boxing fans are talking about Ramos. Ramos is still, and Ramos didn't take a humongous beating. I think he just got really a lesson, and that was less of a lesson than what Canelo got against Floyd, because Floyd blanked Canelo. Like Lubin didn't blank him, but he gave him he won solidly. It was a unanimous decision.
Good point, Akello. Yeah, he did. After a couple punches, he would tie him up though.
Yeah, that 117, 111 was egregious though.
And he
took was a little bit. I mean, not only by like a round. It was only off by like a round.
117, 111.
It's by
That's what I'm saying. It was only off by like a round.
I don't have Lubin winning that
16,
many rounds.
16-12 was the ceiling for Lubin, in my opinion. 16-12 is legit, which is an 8-4. A 9-3, I would say that's probably a little bit too much. 8-4, 8-4-7-5 is not far off.
I don't even know if I had it 8. I don't even know if I had it 8-4. It'd probably be more like he edged it. Because for me, it was less about what Lubin was doing to him. Because I liked the way that Lubin fought. I wasn't upset with the way he fought. I felt it was a smart fight, not doing too much. Because in that first fight against Charlo, that's what happened to him. I think just showing a guy the same thing over and over again. He kept slipping to his left, and then slipped right into an uppercut, and that was all she wrote. Then he was in the abyss after that.
Because Lubin and Ramos are very similar style prospects. Like the thing is like both these guys have like they have really good athleticism, and they have all the punches in the bag. But where was Lubin lacking? I said this when I was on Full Counter show. I said the defense and the ring generalship for Lubin was lacking. That's why he lost the Fundora fight. If he controls that fight with his jab, if he's economical about the way he moves against Fundora, especially after he got the early knockdown, then he wins that fight. But he decided he decided to go in there and give Fundora a chance to throw that long uppercut and land it. And what happened?
Over and over.
He deviated from the game plan, and that's kind of like what happened in my personal opinion. I feel like that's what happened with Ramos. I'm not saying that Lubin didn't fight a smart fight, but I do feel as though maybe up until like the 5th or 6th round. I felt like Ramos was just really in control, and then he started listening to his corner, who was probably listening to Steve Farhood. We've seen that happen before. We saw that happen before in the fight with Barrios and Tank. Floyd ran over to the corner. Oh, they got you down on the card. Not the official, but the unofficial.
Right.
They got you down on the unofficial.
Right. But in actuality, he was up on all three.
And I had the CompuBox data up. They actually have that in the notes. Ramos pulled off the gas in the last 3 rounds, landed 16 power shots.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's all he landed in the last 3 rounds.
Because that makes me feel.
And then again, his dad tried to implore him to step back on the gas around, like, I want to say it was like going into the 11th or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just felt like the instruction was really bad.
Yeah,
I think he should have just kept on doing what he was doing, because he did a lot of good body work.
They had the faces of some guys
he didn't really land anything too crazy, especially given Lubin's reputation. I'm using air quotes for being chinny. He didn't really land anything too substantial upstairs, but I do feel as though he was doing a lot of good body work that had Lubin kind of languishing on the ropes just a tad bit.
This is why laying there, and Lubin was rocking Ramos during that fight. You could see Ramos being like, at one point, I forgot when it was. It might have been the 7th or the 8th. Man, he hit Ramos, and you could see Ramos' whole body shake. Do you know the impact of that when you're sitting front row? Now, you might not feel it as much if you're not paying close attention when you're watching this fight. But if you're a judge sitting right there and you see that, and Lubin moved around the ring everywhere he wanted to, in and out, jab landing, everything landing. I'll ask that question. What was the signature Ramos round? You couldn't name one. Nobody will be able to name one because there was none.
And I also feel like
I have a question. If a
he was so steady in the first half of the fight that most people like a lot of people felt as now personally, I'm not going to say that the man got robbed. I don't think that he got robbed because it's his fault and his corner's fault for imploring him to ease up. Like, it's not a short thing. You could have messed around and got knocked out doing that.
Right.
Like they say, you don't play around like that.
For Ramos is versus Fundora. That would be an interesting fight.
I don't think Fundora would take that fight.
Why do you say that, Bole?
Huh? Because he's just coming off a knockout loss, and the issue that Fundora is having is that he's not able to box guys. He's willing to bang, but I think somebody was talking about it earlier about the issue that I think that might have been on Upper Echelon's channel. You know, people were talking about his issues with his sight. You know, like he can't see without his glasses. So instead of boxing from a distance, he decides to go in close and to bang because of his sight issues. So he's got to work that whatever he's got to do, he's got to work that out. That's a problem.
What CHARLO did. Didn't Big CHARLO get lazy? For the
LASIK or something. Steph Curry did the same thing in the NBA. Steph Curry was running around for a while, couldn't really see too well. Got LASIK on his eyes and everything. Same thing with the guy Jameis Winston, football player.
I've said me and just talk about this, Bole, that Fundora specifically. I don't know what I think. So you're saying it's because of his sight that he doesn't use his distance, like his reach correctly and stuff like that. Because
he ain't that good from distance either. He's not consistent with.
After a knockout loss against Mendoza, he's not coming back with Ramos. I'm not saying he won't fight Ramos at some point. I'm just telling you, he's probably not going to fight him next. Don't bet on that.
Got to allow him to get his feet wet and get his confidence back too.
Yeah, man, that was a brutal knockout.
It was exactly.
That was a brutal.
I got to rewatch Ramos and Lubin.
It wasn't one of those situations where it just got like waved off and it was some TKO. Like he didn't know where the hell he was. It was bad.
And like Ant said, like he just said, they said that in the notes. So I'm taking his foot off. That's
it's literally in the notes, Just.
That's interesting, bro. And I came across the post of the scorecard. I was being whatever, and I never mind. It been happening. I didn't think they was gonna have that there.
So just you know what? I'm a big Ramos fan. Now I'm starting to rethink of putting so much faith in this kid.
No, don't do that. There's one fight, bro. It's one fight. You gotta keep in mind he's 20. Just think of Lubin when he got his shot and what happened to him. He got sparked out. He didn't. You get what I'm saying? He made I think a strategic error. I think he was giving some advice that was questionable, shaky. And that's why I say his team had the look on their face as not, yo, we just got robbed. Damn, we let one slip. I'm telling you, I don't know, man. I ain't saying
exactly
everything, but that's what I got. I'm like, yo, I don't feel like they mad. Like, damn, these judges, they like, man, we was telling him the wrong stuff in that corner. You had to know that.
Exactly.
Basically, let him feel like it coasting made sense. Another dimension to my game. I didn't want to come forward. Either you was tired or something Lubin was catching you with made you change tactics. And I think it was a combination and stuff, man. I think Lubin held his composure very well under those little burst attacks that you was throwing. I think he asserted himself very well. He handled himself very well in there.
See, the last card, the 117, 111. For me, the last card, 117, 111, I agree with Ant. It was egregious. At the max, I would have gave him 115, 112, 113. That's at the max for that last card. Like,
yeah, I disagree. I disagree on that one. Like I said, I think 8-4 is legit. 8-4 is legit. I mean, you got to remember, it's only one more round, and these rounds were not like, these were competitive rounds. It's not like there wasn't a huge separation, but if you think about the judging criteria and the way I explained it to you, I mean, I think you come up with the same thing. And I would, Anthony, I just want to remind you about the Barrios Tank card. I think somebody already mentioned it, but again, Floyd was looking up on that screen and he saw Farhad's scorecard before the 8th round or the 7th round.
CompuBox data website,
right? And he went there. He went to Tank and said, "You're down on the unofficial."
I was about to say,
right?
how did I get there?
He said, "You're down on the unofficial," but that wasn't the case. He was actually up 2 or 3 rounds by the judges. So, and you can't look. This is my personal opinion. I don't trust CompuBox stats. I don't. I trust my eyes. That's why you sit there. It's not amateur boxing. Amateur boxing, they count punches. That's not professional boxing.
So I wish there was a better company to do these. Like, man, I wish there was an actual company that did a better accounting of the actual accurate numbers, because CompuBox is very inconsistent.
Think about what Bole just said. What do you trust, them or your own eyes?
My eyes, but sometimes
I would say both of them. I would say both. I would say both.
In the arena, because we get to see every angle. They sitting in one spot.
No, for sure. But that's what I'm saying. I look at both. I look at a combination of both, and even to like Bole's point, when you look at some of these numbers, it is somewhat indicative. Like right here, like fucking Lubin got more accurate with his power shots as the fight went on.
Yeah, seemed like somebody got more comfortable and somebody
he started getting more accurate around the 7th round. Look, 35%, and then he dipped a little bit in the 8th, but then it was back to 30%, then 18%, and then Ramos got progressively worse as the fight went on, with that 10th round being the anomaly.
Like, is that like in general? Is that 57% a rare thing for a fighter to have that high of accuracy? And Bole?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I think it depends on how economical the fighter is. Because if you look at like the CompuBox stats, right, like they have when you go into like the analytics, not just for a fight, but the actual analytics, a lot of the stuff is actually pretty spot on with the way a lot of these guys fight stylistically.
But the reason why I asked that is because I've looked throughout Manny's career.
No. I'm not talking about just scoring fights though, Bully. I'm just talking about just in general. Just when you look at the way guys fight, stylistic. Like for example, who were we having our reservations about a couple weeks ago? Joe Joyce, right? Like he wasn't going to be able to get out of the way of Zhang's left hand. Guess who is number 1 in opponent power punch connect percentage? Joe Joyce at 43%. So, some of these things statistically are like on par. And then when you think about certain guys like Errol Spence, when they talk about highest number of jabs thrown in a round, he's like 10. And then you got Bivol they got him at 6th right now, 36.2.
But there's like statistics can be construed or interpreted in different ways, right? So that is not, but statistics are not the way that the judges are judging the fight. They're judging it on the defense. They're judging it on the clean and effective punching, right? Ring generalship, right? Like this is what they're looking at. They're not counting. I mean, they can look at it and say, wow, yeah, he's been hit more times, but that's not the only thing that they're looking at. Mm-hmm. And like I was telling you with Lubin was moving around that ring pretty easily. He was coming forward when he wanted to, okay, and he was moving back when he wanted to. And it wasn't because of Ramos's punches. Did you ever see a point where Lubin looked like he was somewhat perturbed or he was somewhat bothered by the punching? No, that's the body language.
Not upstairs. A couple of them downstairs though. He definitely looked like he.
I mean, he didn't overreact. He didn't overreact.
No, I'm not saying he overreacted.
You needed a magnifying glass for that. He wasn't overreacting, but I did see Ramos go back and get stunned and hurt.
No, for sure. Lubin got power.
By the jab, by the left hand.
Yeah, he do.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
he's got that thumb.
But they did keep saying the crafty veteran. They kept calling him a veteran or something like that, kind of letting you know that. Look, man, this fight.
And Bole, I'm gonna bring up a perfect fighter when it comes to the CompuBox. I'm a big fan of Manny Pacquiao. I looked throughout all his fights. I never seen him go up in terms of punch connect percentage. I never seen him go above 50%. The max I've seen was like maybe 49%, and that's even pushing it sometimes. Like with Manny, it was always in the high 30s, mid 40s, and stuff like that.
That's
when you looked at
volume,
his
though.
punch
I think that's because of volume.
It was rare that you saw him even get up to 50%, is what I'm saying. Like, he was consistent with how much would you say Manny was an economical puncher?
Hey, stop, my God, blessings. Bro.
Nah, Manny was not economical.
Manny was a volume puncher.
Volume.
No, what I'm saying when it came to his volume is what I'm saying. Was Manny an economical volume puncher? Is what I'm saying.
You can't be both.
Economical, you volume. Yeah, I mean, he was more of a heavy volume puncher from what I saw. I mean, he could. It depends on the opponent. Now, against certain opponents, yeah, he could lay back a little bit. But especially like early on when Pacquiao was more of a one-handed fighter, he was definitely more like a volume puncher, I think, by nature. Right?
Yeah, when he fought Eric Morales, he became a economical fighter because Eric would come forward. Would you say? When he fought Eric Morales and like the Barrera and Marquez?
That was back when he was more of a one-handed fighter when he fought those guys, in my opinion.
What do you mean one-handed?
I thought he was heavy on the left hand and a little bit lighter on throwing the right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
he definitely got better with that right hook as time progressed.
So Manny didn't become a two-handed fighter till later on in his career, you think, Bole?
Yeah, I think that's an accurate
statement. I don't know if you've seen it, but he had some fights early. He got his ass handed to him.
Yeah, I mean...
That's why I believe Jeff Horn, they got him back with that Jeff Horn situation when he fought that dude out there. And I think I forget where it was at, but I know the fighter was an Australian fighter.
Yeah, no, it was Jeff Horn.
No, not him. Not that one. It was one
Luke Campbell? Luke Campbell?
I think it was, what was it, about, was it 8 to 10 years, 12 years, something like that beforehand. Something it was. It was way before that. It's the guy that, I made a video on it, where the referee came out and admitted that he cheated for Manny. That dude, Nadal Hussein, I think that was his name. Hussein, I think that was the guy's last name. And how
Nadal Hussein. I know who you're talking about.
Beating Manny ass, man. He was Australian. I looked in his bio, so I looked and I see that, and I see how dude was laughing about how they cheated him. And he came out recently and talked about this stuff. I had made a video on it some months back, but it's recent still to me. But you see all these years later, he go in there, he fighted Jeff Horn. I feel like they got their lick back. It took them a while, but they got it back. got theirs back.
But do you think Manny, that Jeff Horn fight, do you think Manny fairly lost that fight, or he got screwed?
I still got.
I had Manny winning that fight.
Yeah, I still got like sometimes like for instance, right? I just seen it, and I know it's highlights, but I just seen a ton of like clips, and it just was like, damn, he was mauling the shit out of Manny, bro. He was little boy throwing him to the ground. Like, yo,
Jeff Horn definitely tried to turn that into a damn bar fight. He was just
it was.
Jeff Horn's a big dude, though.
Jeff Horn disrespect. He couldn't do that to Bud, though. Bud was too strong. He couldn't do that to Bud. That's the difference. Manny's
not weak
power, but physically strong. I'm not gonna say he's not physically strong, but he's not no Bud Crawford. I've heard it from multiple people. You've seen it in different videos. This dude wrestling with people that wrestle. That's a strong dude. And you heard Earl Spence say it after they fought. That was one of his takeaways when he said, "Man, he's strong." He said, "Bud's strong."
Yeah, no,
he is strong.
And Loma. When I look at Loma is very strong because he trains with he trained a lot with Khabib. If you know who Khabib Nurmagomedov is.
Loma, cool dude. He just smart, man. I think that's Loma's game.
No. But when you look at Loma, what I'm saying, Loma in general, he's a strong guy because he trains with Khabib, the UFC fighter. If you know who I'm talking about, and
I know who you're talking about.
He wrestled bears with Khabib.
I mean, all these guys are strong, but that's a different sport, you know. Like, but Anthony, let me ask you a quick question about Ramos. Yeah. Forget about the result. Do you feel like he cheated you in any as a performer?
No, I felt he disappointed me a little bit at the end of the fight, letting off the gas, listening to dumbass Steve Farhood.
I mean, my point is like I just don't want what I'm trying to tell you is like he's very young.
Yes.
Right. Like to me, what I saw, I still see a very promising fighter who can become a champion. I mean, he could become a champion in 2 or 3 fights, realistically.
Right.
You don't think
it's a minor tweak. It's a minor tweak that he needs. That's all.
You don't think he does like he's a good fighter, but he's not a special fighter like you see with. He got
some special qualities to him, bro. You gotta understand he's still young, so he's still sharpening them tools. Now he is who he is, I believe, bro. And I don't think they'll make this kind of mistake twice. I don't think so. I think he's gonna put the work in. I think he'll come back better. You know how they say you come back better and stronger and better. I think that'll be the case for him. I think.
How about him versus Brian Mendoza?
It's always a fun fight, man. But Brian Mendoza is flat out can box, man. I think he's entertaining dude because
he hits hella hard.
Like,
you got to sharpen up that defense. Did you see how Lubin Lubin was hitting him with everything? Lubin was hitting him with everything except the KO punch, literally.
Right. He still, I believe anyway. He got
but Ramos,
I agree, Bolo. I think he's got
the things I like with Ramos. The things I hated with Ramos is he stepped away from doing the body work at the end of that fight. Like that's what I didn't like about Jesus. He moved away from what was making him successful early in the fight, which was the constant body punching.
But think about it though. I think that was instruction from his corner. I really do. I think that with a combination of I think they.
But he wasn't winning the fight still.
A certain way, but I do think he felt the pace of the fight. I think that along with Lubin staying the course and he never panicked. That's what people are forgetting. Remember, everybody was picking this dude to get knocked out. I got Lubin getting knocked out before 10, inside of 10.
I said he was good. For me, I made a mistake. I said Ramos was going to get dog walk Lubin.
Never panicked, bro. He never panicked. Never overreacted, like Ant was saying, and to nothing that was going on, bro. Like our Bole.
That was my mistake in predicting that.
No, here's another point about Ramos. I watch a lot of Ramos. I'm a fan of Ramos. You might not think that I'm a fan of Ramos, but I'm a big fan of Ramos. I like Ramos a lot. Do you remember the Luke Santa Maria fight?
No, I didn't see that one.
Okay, so I don't know how you probably didn't see it because it was on the Thurman Barrios card. See, you got to watch all these fights to understand what's going on. I bought that card, I watched that fight, and fact is that guy was causing him trouble, and he was a pure boxer, man, and he won that fight. I'm not saying he didn't win that fight, and Santa Maria also beat his uncle. He beat Abel Ramos.
Right.
He gave Abel Ramos a lot of trouble.
Ramos.
Yeah, so you gotta watch these fights to understand what the strengths and weaknesses are. Like you can't always just be the bull, right? You can't. There's the bull and there's the matador.
He thought they was getting him out of there. I thought so too. I think they looked at his past losses and they was like, "Yo, we strong, we fresh, we young, we can hurt him." He getting older, and I think Lubin was determined to show that he wasn't a gatekeeper. And again, I'm glad we revisited this for conversation purposes because it's a different conversation. I look at it.
So you guys feel I shouldn't give up on Jesus?
Hell no.
I think he was. He didn't.
I'm
do
gonna
more
watch.
than what
I'm
he
gonna
did.
enjoy his fight.
Like I think one of y'all mentioned that he didn't want to do too much and get himself in trouble. So I think he tried to stay smart. And sometimes I think we just got to be better observers, myself included, me first. Like I be really wanting to get fair assessments on what I'm saying, and I think it was a method to his madness.
And for me, this is what the issue is with current generation of boxing fans. They give up too soon on a fighter after one loss. Do you guys agree?
Ramos versus Lubin fight would have been a dog fight. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I think the experience of Lubin stopped it from being that. I think if that was a 20-year-old or 21-year-old Erickson Lubin, I think that's the kind of fight it could have been. But I think with his experiences, a couple losses, learning from it, I think he understood how to kind of stay the course, and that's where that extra experience come in, and his inexperience kicked in, and I think that's an element in this fight too. I think the dude's smart, and he did enough. Like he kept something on the dude's mind enough where you can't say he ain't fighting, but you just I remember watching it live. I'm like, damn, I would like to see him do more, but I specifically remember him.
And for me, this is where I kind of, as a boxing fan, I kind of hope promoters start changing the tactics. I understand why they do it, where they start at like 5 or 6 round fights, then move up to 8 to 9 round fights, then go to 10 round fights. But I think that's what happened with Ramos. He tired out because he's so used to fighting 9 round fights.
Good with it.
Like his mentality is 9 round, that 9 round fight mentality. Do you understand what I'm saying, Bole? Like
no, I didn't see that, man. I just think that Ramos was like Charlo. He was in a different level fight. I was trying to get to that point about Charlo to kind of calm the storms with Charlo, but I'm gonna stick to the Lubin subject. Look, he was in there with a higher level of caliber of fighter. Now, did you see Ramos fighting off the back foot at all in that fight?
Consistently enough.
No, he didn't do it at all. When he was getting tagged, and resetting. Lubin was actually fighting off the back foot. That would fall into the category of what? Ring generalship, right? And possibly defense as well. And like I said, he was blocking a lot of those shots that were coming at him. So all I'm saying is, like, like it's like a prospect in any sport. When they're younger, like, they're probably going to rely more on the athleticism, right? You saw it with Jordan. You see it with LeBron.
That's smart, bro. That's smart.
Yeah.
You got to think, yo. There's a certain way you have to approach a fight when you know a guy is in there punching and going for it. Like, again, we used to dudes just being defensively irresponsible. That's something I have a ton of respect for Lubin, because he was not that. The shots that, I think I hated when he backed up, the moments where he backed up into the ropes, because I felt like that's where Ramos had those moments that, a lot of oohing and ahhing going on. But if you really pay attention to what's happening, he was weathering those miniature bursts from Ramos. Whenever he'd find himself trapped up on the rope, he'd unleash a little combo or whatever. And then Lubin to kind of tie him up. He even was walking him away from the ropes after a point. So I just don't know, man. I don't know. I appreciated it And I like talking to these good brothers up here because it's just a different conversation. And it's
and I'm gonna use another comparison
about boxing. It don't have to be one way, bro. It's a reason that man
I'm gonna use another comparison.
It was
for me. I'm a baseball fan. I'm gonna use the Bryce Harper comparison and stuff like that. But Bryce Harper was a superstar right out of the gate. That's what I think fans expected of.
I think the jabs was very effective. I think the jabs, if you pay attention in some of them jabs he landed, it was knocking their head back a little bit and causing them to reset. Yeah, definitely was. Again, I did have an issue initially watching the fight with activity because I always felt like, maybe he could have not necessarily matched, but you in there with a guy and he just want to throw. So you kind of want to. You know what I mean? You want to make sure you putting your work into where it just ain't looking like. Because again,
I'm a base. Could I use a comparison real quick?
It was all over that. They was all over it. Every time he went to the ropes, they had all over it. So it's like they already was talking over your work and making it seem like you wasn't landing double-digit punches in any of the rounds. That's why I say the commentary sucked. I'm sitting here watching. I'm like, you cannot sit here and tell me he didn't land double-digit punch in none of these rounds, bro. I just couldn't see it that way.
Worst commentary I've ever heard. It was so blatant. It was so blatant. That was terrible, bro.
I'll say this, Champy, just understand something, bro. Notice it's 3 judges, right? They be sitting in the same arena, but they'll get different scorecards. I just point that out because I know people lose their minds when somebody say something that they initially don't see. Nah, it's like we don't all see it. Imagine how corny it'd be if we seen everything the same exact way. The conversation would be short as hell. You get them saying? Like it's always another conversation.
Hey, Just could I say something? Could I say something real quick?
Something deeper. Give me a second. Something deeper than them just robbing. I'm past that. Like, is it that, or did this dude really make some tactical errors in the fight that cost him? Like that's the part people don't really have a deeper conversation other than nah, they robbed him. That's just too easy at this point, bro.
Just I'm gonna say this one. When it comes to boxing prospects, I feel that. In general, I think boxing, this generation of boxing, like anybody, boxing fans, it's a generational thing. I think anybody below 30 and below has a tendency to have a lack of patience waiting for, in any sport, waiting for a player or a fighter to develop. They expect him to be like a Bryce Harper, who's a superstar right away, and not every fighter or player develops that fat the same way.
You can't compare it to boxing because in boxing they're getting
but you understand what I'm saying. No, I understand what you're. I'm not using the.
No, but I'll even say this though. I'll even use this to counter your point though. Think about how many leagues you have in minor league baseball. It's like AA, AAA. Most of these guys don't just come right out of the gate and they're just playing in the majors right away. These guys got to go through a farm system. And with boxing, it's like no different. So these guys have to gain the experience.
That's why I use Bryce Harper.
I tell you, man, I'm telling you, I urge people to really understand that people are going to have a different perspective. We can't always be so closed-minded that it's like it got to be something negative formed out of it. It's not about protecting and none of that. Who do Ramos fight for? Who promotes Jesus Ramos?
I think that's PBC too.
So it's like, what are we talking about? Like they PBC rob PBC? You get what I'm saying?
Not to mention the fact that they choose who they want to fight too.
What's frustrating me about being a content creator in this space, yo, and this is something I'm gonna start speaking on more, yo. We really be up against a lot of rhetoric and people not wanting to have conversations, so they rather just spew the bullshit and robbery this, robbery that. Robbery is robbery. It's like I don't know, bro. I don't know. I just don't see it that way. PBC robbing PBC is crazy, but I'm gonna wrap up, man. I do appreciate y'all, bros. I mean, it's been 4 hours, man. Great question.
I just want to say one thing before we get off, just to build on the point that you and Bole made, right? Like we also got to have these conversations so we can get to the nuance of boxing. Like it's not just guys getting punched in the face. You also have to know how to manage a fight. Right. Like how you guys were just talking about football a couple of minutes ago. Like a good quarterback knows how to manage a game. It's not just about having the biggest arm.
I get it.
You know
Initially, my feelings was like, damn, did they just take one from Jesus Ramos? But it's a reason that you can go back and rewatch things and watch because you might get a different assessment. And I'm always coming from a place trying to understand rather than just be critiquing and drawing a narrative and be like, that's what it is because that's how I feel. It's a robbery. Like, now I want to have a deep. Did they really see something different? And you cannot tell me just to, close out on this. You cannot tell me that the dude didn't slow down significantly in a 12-round fight, which included championship rounds. And you know how that played. I just don't think the quarter of that fight was good to him, and I don't think he tactically went about it the right way. You get what I'm saying? I think his corner. Maybe I'm reaching. Maybe I'm overanalyzing. If you look at them when the fight was over, after they realized what the decision was, when that camera came to them, I seen a couple of the guys. They had that look like, damn, we let one slip. That's what I felt like. I didn't feel like they was pissed off like at the decision. Like I just didn't feel like that. I felt like they just felt like they let one slip.
Because those guys know, man, they've been in the sport. And Bole made a fantastic case for Lubin. I can't even lie to you. Right. I'm like, personally, I still feel as though Ramos edged it out, but what Bole said is extremely reasonable because I'm looking at it from this standpoint. Ramos didn't manage the fight properly, and that was the one thing that I had about Lubin, like my reservation. I didn't feel as though he was going to just go out there and just get sparked, but I was concerned with how he was going to manage the fight based on his performance against Fundora and his interview that he did with Fight Hype, where he admitted by his own admission, he said, I deviated from the game plan. Saturday, he stuck to the script, and Ramos deviated from the game plan, and it bit him in the behind.
Yeah,
got to manage the fight. One guy kept it slow but steady, or if you want to call it that kind of pace, but he maintained it. One guy set a pace and considerably slowed as the fight went. That's easy to see. This guy was clearly coming forward, making a guy at least touch back against the ropes and let some shots off. You went from that to now you're not coming forward and you're nowhere nearly as effective as you was in the early portions of the fight. And like I said, you know how them championship rounds hit different, man. You can't wait till you get to them and coast. And I keep using that De La Hoya fight. You seen what happened when he decided it was cool to coast in the fight. He lost. You just don't do that. When you're winning, you keep winning. Coasting means you're going to slow down. You're winning. Why? No, you keep the pressure on them. You keep doing exactly what you've been doing. I don't feel like Ramos was doing too much. I felt like he was doing what he needed to do. Just should have just stayed the course. But man, we at the 4-hour mark. Man,
pop the champagne on that 4-hour mark, man. Hey, real quick before you sign out. Right. The other thing is when I mentioned that Ramos's eye looked like it was about to close. Right. It wasn't his left eye where the jab would land. It was the right eye where the left hand would land. That means that power left hand that Lubin throws was right up in his face. And where are the judges? They're right on the edge of the corner of the ring, and they see that. Right. That's a very sexy punch in a sense, like in the fact that it's like your power hand keeps landing over and over and over. And you're not doing nothing about it, right? Hey, man. Anyway, we talked this one to death,
man. Nah, but it's all good, bro. That's why I like when y'all come up here. Y'all add depth to these conversations. I'm a fair guy. I'm always trying to add some layers and depth to these conversations, bro. It's not saying that it has to be the way we saying it, but it don't have to just always be. It's just another case of it's just a robbery. And I just be wanting people to think a little bit differently, put something on your mind, man. I think that fight, it was a smart fight by Erickson Lubin, man. When you really look at it and you see how he approached it and how he didn't panic and overreact, no matter what kind of pressure Ramos was bringing, because early he was definitely trying to bring that pressure in. Lubin didn't fold. You got to respect it, man. A lot of dudes would have folded, made a mistake, panicked maybe, you know what I mean? Got they self clipped. I think he stayed the course, slow and steady, won the fight. Slow and steady won the fight. Inexperience lost it, and I think bad instruction in the corner, possibly. I'll tell you why it's a right. Oh man, my bad, Champy, man. I know you was. I didn't even see it, man. But look, check this out, man. We going because we'll be here long as hell, man. Definitely, man. Tap in tomorrow, 4:00, family. I already know, man. We gonna build on some more boxing, man. It's been another dope build. I see some people looking at me crazy, so I think I've been on here long enough. Much love and appreciation to my bro Ant McQueen and Bole, man. Salute the champion, man. Hey, look, tap back in tomorrow, bro. I'll drop the link and you definitely could come up here and we could build on this for sure. Salute to the queen, Miss Joette. Peace out, queen. But right, that was a good point though. Ramos, I think he fumbled that last part of the fight. Nope. I think the best chance that he got, Tony Reviews, is like the same amount of chance, no disrespect to him, that Amir Khan had, bro. You get what I'm saying? You'll be able to win and box until you get caught type deal, to me. You know what I'm saying? But right, Ramos won round 12. I get you. But look, tap in Champy tomorrow, 4 o'clock, bro. Like, and we could cook. I'll be here, man. Tap in. I'll drop the link. You definitely could come up here and build, man. Appreciate you. Tony Reviews, appreciate you, fam. Can't jump and fight. Yeah, no. And that's 3 weight classes, Tony. Come on, bro. Like, that's asking for too much. And I don't make Bud no less great. It's just asking for too much. But appreciate you, Bole Champion. I got you for sure. Tap back in. I got you, bro. I ain't gonna forget. I'll drop the link and we can cook, bro. That's what it's all about. You could definitely tell me what you think on it. You know what I mean? But salute to everybody. Appreciate y'all, man. Tap in 4 o'clock tomorrow. And we gonna get up out of here. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all good Tuesday. Peace to the fam.